Wie viel Zeit, etwa im Laufe von 100 Jahren, verbringt die
Over the
Theaterinstitution
span
damit,
of a century,
das
how
zu
much
tun,
time
wozu
does
sie
the
eigentlich da
theater
ist,
institution devote to its
nämlich
intended purpose,
sinnstiftende Kunst
which is the
zu
curation
kuratieren und zu
and
produzieren.
production of profound art?
Zum Beispiel gibt
There
es
are
Zeiten,
periods
in denen
when
das
the
Theater
theater
jahrelang
must
als
transform
Unterschlupf zu dienen
from
hat.
being a place of
Die Phasen,
observation
in denen sich das
to
Theater
a
von einem
sanctuary
Ort des Sehens
that
in einen Ort
shelters
des Versteckens
for years,
verwandeln
a
muss.
place that is not
Von
merely
einem
for
Ort des
viewing,
Sehens
but
in
a
einen Ort für
refuge
mobile
for
medizinische
mobile
Einheiten
medical
oder in ein
units,
Lager für
or
Lebensmittel
a
und
storehouse
Munition.
for sustenance and armaments.
Es gibt Zeiten, die über Jahrzehnte
Then
andauern könnten,
There
in
will
denen sich die
be
Theaterinstitution
times
in einer
spanning
Art Koma
decades when the
befindet,
theatrical institution exists in a
inhaltsleer,
kind of coma,
ohne
devoid
AktivistInnen
of
oder
content,
KünstlerInnen, frei von
bereft of
Intellektuellen oder
activists,
Communities,
artists,
dennoch öffnen
intellectuals,
sich
and
jeden Abend die
communities. Yet
Türen
every
und das
evening
Publikum
its
füllt die
doors
Säle,
swing
um
open
sich
and the
Unterhaltung oder
audience
Propaganda
gathers to
zeigen
witness
zu lassen.
either entertainment or propaganda.
Es gibt auch die Zeiten danach,
There are the post
die
times,
Zeit des
the
Wiederaufbaus des
phases
Theaters
of the theater's reconstruction,
aus den Ruinen,
rising from the
denn
ashes.
kritische Stücke zu produzieren,
The
aufrüttelnde Kunst zu
era of producing
beauftragen, mag
provocative
nur eine
plays,
kurze Periode in der
commissioning,
politischen
stirring
Biografie
art may
einer
only be
Kunstinstitution sein,
a
weil
small
zum
period of
Beispiel
time, a
Jahrzehnte
small
mit
period
dem
of true
Wiederaufbau der
artistic and
Institution
critical
verbracht werden
activity.
dürften, mit der Suche nach brauchbarem Baumaterial
Often, decades
unter
are
den
squandering in
Trümmern eines
rebuilding, searching for
Nachbargebäudes
usable materials
inmitten
amidst
des
the
Schrotts
ruins of
eines
neighboring
kollektiven Traumas.
buildings, amid the remnants of collective trauma.
Wir alle wissen,
We're all aware
das Theater
that the
als
theater
Institution
institution
ist nicht
is
immun.
not
Es
impervious.
agiert innerhalb
It
der
is
Stadt,
embedded in
interagiert
the
mit
city,
ihr ohne
in the
Handschuhe.
state.
Es wird von der Stadt
It's
finanziert, es ist von
intertwined
ihr abhängig.
with it, with the
Die
city.
komplexe
Its
Ökosphäre
finances
der
dependent on
Theaterinstitution,
it.
die
This
Kunst,
intricate
Gesellschaft, Politik
ecosystem
und
weaving together
institutionelle
art,
Praktiken
society,
miteinander
politics, and
verwebt,
institutional
ist daher
practices
einer der
is
ersten,
therefore
die verletzt
often
wird. Sie
one
ist nicht
of the
immun.
first to be compromised.
Bevor
It
man
is
sich
not
versieht,
invulnerable.
kann die Theaterinstitution zu einem leeren
Swiftly, the
Gefäß
theater
werden, das
institution
von der
can
Macht
become a
und vom
hollow vessel,
Rechtsnationalismus
exploited
instrumentalisiert
by
wird.
power and right-wing
Bevor man
nationalism.
sich versieht, kann sie zu einem
Swiftly, it
Schauplatz
can
von
become a
aufgehetzten
breeding
Diskursen
ground
gegen das
for divisive
Intellektuelle, gegen das
discourse against
Nicht-Binäre und das
intellectuals,
Dialektische werden.
non-binary individuals, and
Wenn
dialectics.
ist die Zeit gekommen,
When
in der
will the day
die
dawn
Theaterinstitution
when
tatsächlich vom
the
Staat
state
finanziert und von
genuinely
der Stadt
funds
ermutigt wird, das zu tun,
and the city
wozu
wholeheartedly
sie in einer
encourages
Gesellschaft
the
da ist,
theater
nämlich
to fulfill
zu
its societal
kritisieren,
role, to
herauszufördern,
criticize,
zu inspirieren.
to challenge, and to inspire.
Was braucht es,
What does
damit
it take
kritische künstlerische
for
Aktivitäten
critical
nicht mehr nur
artists
in kleinen, unabhängigen Räumen
to not
stattfinden,
only
sondern in
happen
großen,
in
von der Stadt
transcend
finanzierten
petite independent
Institutionen?
venues, but extend to
Häufig
large
tritt
city-sponsored
dieses
institutions?
institutionelle Verhalten in einer
This
bestimmten
institutional
Phase
behavior
der
usually
Geschichte auf.
occurs in
Wir
a specific
könnten sie
historical
als die Zeit
period.
danach
We may
bezeichnen.
call that the post-era,
Die Zeit, in der eine
a
Vielzahl
time
von Geschichten
when a
und
multitude of
Perspektiven wie
narratives and
Sauerstoff
perspectives
benötigt wird, um das
becomes
Trauma des
essential
Krieges zu
for
verarbeiten.
processing the trauma of
Die
war.
Zeit danach,
In this
in der
post-era,
die Geschichtsforscherin, die Erzählerin viel
in
mehr
which
gebraucht
a
wird als
historical
der
investigator and
Militärexperte, in der
storyteller
der
is
Dichter,
needed
der
much more than the
Sozialarbeiter
military expert,
mindestens ebenso
where a
gebraucht
poet
wird
and
wie die
social worker
Politikerin.
is just as
Dann
indispensable
richten sich
as a
alle
politician.
Augen auf das
All
Theater.
eyes then turn
Dann
to the
wächst
theater.
der Theatersaal,
The theater
entwickelt
grows,
sich und wird
evolves,
zu einem Zentrum,
and
einer Drehscheibe,
transforms into
wo
a
die
center,
Vergangenheit
a nucleus,
untersucht und
where
seziert
history
wird,
is
um zu
dissected,
verstehen, was passiert
and where
ist,
history is studied to
zu begreifen,
comprehend the past
was wir
and to
getan haben,
understand what we
während
did
es passierte.
while it was unfolding.
Doch das Pendel schwingt.
But the pendulum is swinging.
Früher oder
Sooner
später
or later,
ändert sich das Bild im Rückspiegel.
this reflection in the
Früher oder
rearview
später
mirror
werden die
will
Flaggen
change.
größer, ihre Farben
Sooner or later,
kräftiger,
the
als
flags
würde
will
sich
become
das
larger,
Fahrzeug
their colors
rückwärts
more vibrant,
bewegen.
as though
Als
the
wäre der
vehicle
Rückspulknopf
will reverse,
gedruckt
as
worden
though the
und
rewind
wieder der
button was
Gestank
pressed,
trockener
and
Münder,
once
die
again
zynische
the
Parolen in alle
scent of
Richtungen ausspucken und wieder
dry
die
mouth, the
Prozentsätze
chanting
steigen
slogans,
zum ratternden Geräusch von
the
Panzern und
percentages that
industriellen
surge,
Nähmaschinen, von geladenen
and the
Worten,
humming of
die auf
industrial
umzingende
sewing
Körper gerichtet sind.
machines will arise.
Die Schriftsteller
Writer Thomas
Dreyfus
Dotan
sagt, eine
Dreyfus
Armeeuniform
asserts,
anzulegen, ist in erster Linie ein
wearing
kognitiver
a military
Prozess.
uniform is primarily a
Das
cognitive
kognitive
process.
Auspacken der Armeeuniform
The
kommt
intellectual
lang vor
unpacking
dem
of the
eigentlichen
military
Anziehen.
uniform precedes its
Das
actual wear.
Inventar an Waffen und SoldatInnen geht
The-
dem Schlachtfeld voraus. Die
The
Umverteilung der
redistribution of
Budgets,
resources,
die
the
Aneignung
appropriation
der
of language,
Sprache,
the flow of
der Fluss der
dehumanizing
entmenschlichenden
metaphors,
Metaphern,
we
Wir hören
observe
sie.
all of that. We
wir
hear
merken,
them.
wir merken sie uns.
We remember them.
Wir,
We,
Geflüchtete,
that's
Eingewanderte,
refugees, immigrants,
Fremde,
strangers.
wir,
We,
MuslimInnen,
that is
queere
Muslims,
Menschen,
queer
BIPOC, Jüdinnen und
individuals,
Juden, mit unseren
BIPOC,
schiefen Zähnen und
Jews,
unserem guten Instinkt
with
liegen wir im Zahnarztstuhl.
crooked
Wir bekommen
teeth.
übrigens immer den
We're
besten Termin.
reclining in the dentist chair, and we seem to always get the
lauschen dem
easiest and
Treiben auf
earliest
den
appointment,
Straßen.
by the way, and we listen to what's
Wir
going on in
bemerken
the
die
streets.
Veränderung des
We
Gesichtsausdrucks
perceive
beim
the
Anblick
shift in
unserer
facial
Körper.
expressions upon our
Wir hören
presence,
den mürrischen Kommentar,
the
den jemand in
grumbling
unsere
comments
Richtung
muttered in
murmelt.
our direction.
Manchmal ist es unser Deutsch,
It might be our
manchmal sind es
German,
unsere
or
Manieren.
it could be our
Wir
manners.
schließen die Haustür
We
ab.
lock our front
Einige
doors at
von uns
night,
stellen einen hypothetischen oder nicht
and
so
some
hypothetischen
stash an
Koffer
imaginary
unter das
or
Bett.
not so
Einige von uns
imaginary
haben nicht einmal das
suitcase
Privileg,
under our
sich
beds, and some
vorzustellen,
lack
dies zu
even the
tun.
privilege to even entertain such thoughts.
Frühmorgens
Early in the
gehen wir
morning,
ins Theater.
we make our way to the
Das ist
theaters,
unser Arbeitsplatz.
our workplace.
Mit unseren KollegInnen
Alongside
versuchen
our
wir
colleagues,
zu verstehen, wie
we
laut
try to
die
grapple
Institution im Moment sein
how
sollte, wie wir dieses Mikro nutzen
bold the
können, solange
institution
wir es
should
noch
be
haben,
during these times,
die
and how
Ressourcen dieser
we
Institutionen,
could be able
solange
to
wir sie
harness
noch
this
haben.
moment, these resources, and these institutions while they still exist.
Der Dramaturg Christopher Fares
Christopher Fares
sagt,
Köhler
was
speculates,
kommt nach dem
what
postmigrantischen
comes
Theater?
after
Vielleicht
post-migrant theater?
intersektionales Theater.
Perhaps intersectional theater?
Aber was könnte
But what
intersektionales
does
Theater heißen?
intersectional theater mean?
Vielleicht beleuchtet
Maybe
intersektionales
intersectional
Theater
theater
jene verschwommenen Perioden,
illuminates
in
those
denen sich
indistinct
der politische
times
Fokus
when the
langsam
political
verschiebt.
focus subtly shifts,
genau jene fragilen
those
Phasen,
delicate
in denen die
phases when the
Nachkriegszeit
post-war era
wird,
transitions
in denen die
into a pre-war
Kunstinstitution
era,
vielleicht beginnt,
when the
sich
art
vor einer kleinen
institutions potentially
Positionierung
withdraws
zu scheuen,
from explicit stances
in denen
for positioning
die
itself,
Lautstärke ihrer Statements
when it
herunterfährt.
reduces the
Vielleicht
intensity of
könnte
its statements.
intersektionales
Maybe
Theater
intersectional
das
theater
gemeinsame
embodies
politische
the
Wissen
shared
sein,
political
das in diesen
awareness
Zeiten wächst
that
und sich
is
entwickelt.
cultivated during
In
these
den Ritzen
periods
des Zwischenbereichs.
between
Zwischen den Zeiten, zwischen den
interstices,
Institutionen,
between
eine
moments,
kollektive
between
institutionelle
institutions.
Intelligenz,
It's a collective
die sich
institutional
vereint, um diese
intelligence that
stillen
comes together
Transformationsperioden
to monitor
aufmerksam zu
these silent
verfolgen,
transformations,
die Veränderungen in
to
der Semantik
see
zu verfolgen,
and trace
den
shifts in
allmählichen
language
Verlust von Freiheit, von
and
Budgets, von Wahrnehmung,
trace a gradual erosion of
Unabhängigkeit.
freedom, resources, audacity, and
Vielleicht
autonomy.
ist intersektionales Theater ein stilles,
Intersectional theater
subversives
might be a
Netzwerk,
silent
eine
subversive
Technologie,
network, a
die im
clandestine
Dazwischen
apparatus
operiert.
that
Im
functions in the
Leerzeichen,
interim, in the
diesem
blank
stummen,
spaces,
signifikanten,
in the
dass indem
unspoken
es Wörter
signifiers that,
eine
by
Verbindung
inserting
zwischen
gaps
ihnen
between
schafft.
words, it actually
Indem es
establishes
still
connections.
ist, eine Unterbrechung und Neuanordnung
That is
ermöglicht.
silent.
Indem es abwesend
Through
ist,
silence, it
Logik
allows
schafft.
for disruptions and
Indem es
reconfiguration,
eine Lücke
creating
ist,
logic by introducing
Inhalt
voids,
schafft.
blank
das
spaces,
Leerzeichen,
the art
ein
of
Trickster,
silence,
der Ketten, Netzwerke,
is
Sätze ermöglicht und der einzige Trick
enabling
des Magiers der Syntax,
chains and networks and
Platz
narratives.
machen,
It's
Raum
the
geben,
magician
Space schaffen.
of syntax. It's
Vielleicht
crafting
können uns
space and
die
providing
abstrakten,
space.
unerforschten Räume,
Maybe
Spaces, Blank
these
Spaces,
uncharted,
Leerzeichen
nebulous
einen Hinweis
rooms,
geben,
the spaces,
wie
the
man
blank spaces,
Institutionen
can offer
in politisch
insights on how
gefährlichen
to
Zeiten
sustain
aufrecht
institutions
erhalten
in politically
kann.
perilous times.
Der leere Raum
The
des
void within
Zwischenreichs,
these
zwischen den
in-between
Zeiten,
realms,
zwischen den
between moments,
Institutionen,
between
könnte der Raum
institutions,
sein, in dem
that
große
could be the domain
Apparate mit
where
kleinen
big
Projekträumen
structures
interagieren
intermingle
könnten, in
with
dem vermögende
modest project
Institutionen
spaces,
sich mit Unabhängigen
where
zusammenschließen
big
könnten,
institutions
in
partner
dem
with
bedrohte
independent ones,
Institutionen
where
von Privilegierten die Macht für sich
threatened
beanspruchen und sie
institutions
erhalten könnten. Nicht
will
aus
receive power
Charity,
from
sondern
privileged
aus dem
ones, not
Verständnis
due
heraus, dass
to
das, was die
charity,
kleine unabhängige
but
Institution effektiv
because
tun könnte, der großen völlig misslingen würde.
the big
Dass das, was die
institution could not
private
do what
Institution
the small
leicht
one
überleben wird,
can.
das größte Problem der Subventionierten wäre, sich auf diese Differenz zu
To
besinnen und den Austausch
know
fortzusetzen,
these differences
könnte
and still
das
exchange,
Post-
that could be the
Identitätspolitik
post
intersektionelle
or
Theater
identity
werden.
politics
Ein leerer
intersectional
Raum,
theater,
in dem
which is an
Solidaritäten
empty
wie
space
ein
that
politisches
fosters
Myzel
solidarities,
wachsen und
where
sich im und auf
solidarities
dem Boden
grow like
zwischen
political
und rund
mycelium and sprawl
Nationalismus,
within and up
Rassismus und
on the
demagogischen
ground
Populismus
amidst
ausbreiten
nationalism,
könnten,
racism,
indem
and
sie ihr
demagogic
rhizomatisches
populism
Gegenteil,
functioning
ihre
as a
verknüpfte,
counterpart,
hypervernetzte Antwort sind.
Functioning as their interconnected,
Massensubstantiv.
hyperlinked response.
Singular
It's a
und
mass
plural.
noun, singular
Der
and
Raum
plural.
des Leerzeichens,
The space
der
of the blank,
Leerzeichen,
the void,
leer und neutral,
empty yet
beladen
neutral,
mit der Vergangenheit und
saturated
gesättigt
with the
mit Ideen.
past and brimming with ideas,
Ein bisschen wie,
somewhat akin to,
genau, ein
precisely,
bisschen wie der Theaterraum
somewhat
selbst.
akin to the theater space itself.
Vielleicht könnte also in
Thus,
diesen Zeiten,
maybe
in denen die
in these
Luft
times
brennt,
of
in
smoldering
denen mehr und mehr
unrest,
Menschen zu Illegalen
when
gemacht
more and
werden
more individuals
und die
are
Zukunft unserer
marginalized and
Kunstinstitutionen nicht nur in Deutschland,
illegalized,
sondern in ganz
and
Europa und auf der ganzen
when
Welt nicht klar ist,
the future of our art
das
institutions
Rätsel
in
des
Germany and across Europe
intersektionalen
and the globe
Theaters für
is
uns zu einem
uncertain,
Hinweis,
that
zu
the
einer
enigma of
Inspiration
intersectional
werden
theater
für einen
could
möglichen
serve as an
Umgang
inspiration,
mit komplexen politischen
offering
Realitäten
a potential
und zur
path
Verteidigung
for
der
grappling with
Institutionen, für
intricate
die wir alle
political
gerade
realities
verantwortlich sind.
that we are
Denn
all
Sie wissen,
responsible
like it's not
for
gonna
right
happen
now.
on
Because
my watch
after all,
und bla
you
bla
know,
bla.
not on my watch and so forth.
Also wie viel Zeit
So how much
etwa
time
im Laufe von
over the
100
course of
Jahren
a
kann
century
eine
can a
Theaterinstitution genau
theater
das
institution
tun,
spend doing precisely what it's
wozu
meant
sie
to do,
eigentlich da ist, nämlich
which is
sinnstiftende
curating
kritische
and
Kunst
producing
zu
meaningful,
kuratieren
incisive
und zu
art.
produzieren. Manchmal
At
denke ich, dass
times,
vielleicht
I wonder
die
if
seltensten
these
Zeiten
are
sind.
the rarest of
Vielen, vielen
times.
Dank.
Thank you very much.
Liebe Sivan,
Dear
herzlichen Dank
Sivan,
für deine Worte,
thank
deine
you so much
Leerzeichen, dort wo
for your
wir
words.
alle
Thank
etwas
you
hilflos auch nach Worten
for your
ringen für diese
spaces,
Eröffnung.
empty spaces where we might be looking
Tatsächlich
for words
wow,
in
so
this
viele
opening.
von euch sind da.
It's great. So many of you
Das
have
ist
come.
wirklich ganz, ganz groß.
It's
dass wir
great.
heute
It's
hier
great
die zweiten
that
bundesweiten
we have the second
Artist Labore der Labore eröffnen können.
countrywide artist lab of
Dass wir
labs,
das hier machen können
and
mit
that we can do
Kampnagel.
this
Vielen
here
Dank,
at
Amelie, dafür,
Kampnagel.
dass wir das zusammen
Thank you,
machen.
Amelie, for
Und,
giving us this opportunity of doing this
einfach
together.
nochmal einen großen Dank an
So
alle,
let me say
die das mit ermöglicht
thank you
haben,
to
dem Team vom Fonds vielleicht vorab.
all the persons who have made this possible, and especially the team of the fund. Thank you.
Ja, ein herzliches Willkommen auch von meiner Seite. Ich bin heute x-mal gefragt worden,
Welcome
wie
from
geht's dir?
my side
Mir
too.
geht's gut, wenn ich an das Event heute
I have
denke.
been asked a
Ich
couple of
liebe große
times
Veranstaltungen, wo
how
ganz
I
viele
am
Menschen
today,
kommen aus der ganzen
and I can
Europa.
only say I am
Mir geht's
fine.
auch
I
nicht so
love
gut
events
und,
where people come
danke
together
an
from
dich
all
auch,
over the place.
Sivan, für
And
die
at the
Rede,
same time, I'm not fine.
poetisch,
Thank you, Sivan,
politisch.
for this speech. It was very poetic.
Ja, du beschreibst diese Leerstellen auf
And
eine ganz großartige Art und
I
Weise.
think you
Und es ist
described
auch
it
eine
so well.
Rede, für einige von
Those
uns gibt es
empty,
wahrscheinlich, die man
those
sehr
blank
gerne
spaces.
mehrfach hört.
And I think
Danke
this
dir.
is really
Danke
a
dir
speech
sehr,
that
Sivan.
me and many of us like to
Wir denken
hear
natürlich alle, wenn wir dich
more
hören,
often.
auch an den
Thank you again,
Krieg
Sivan. Of course, when we
in
listen to you, we
Israel,
think
an die
about
vielen
the war in
Toten
Israel. We think about
Israel, an die
all the
Toten
lives
und
lost
Ermordeten
in Israel
und
and
im Gazastreifen.
in the Gaza Strip.
Und auch an die Hunderttausende von
And
Menschen,
we think
die
about
aktuell
the hundreds of thousands of
vertrieben
people who
worden sind und
are
vertrieben
refugees and
werden im
who are
Konflikt, der
displaced.
uns in unserer
And
deutschen Geschichte so hilflos, viel zu sprachlos macht.
this
Und,
leaves us speechless
ja,
in
da
the face
müsste man
of
dann
our
eigentlich
German
aufhören,
history.
aber
And I should stop
gleichzeitig
here.
wollen wir hier ein großes Fest
But at the
der
same time,
Gemeinschaft feiern,
we
des
want to
Zusammenkommens,
celebrate.
des Diskutierens, des
We want to
Verhandelns,
discuss,
der
we want to
Fragen,
negotiate
wie können wir
questions and
gesellschaftlich auch
issues, and we
agieren,
want
was
to
können wir mit Kunst
talk about what we can
beitragen.
do, what art can do.
Insofern freue ich mich auch, dass
And
ihr alle
that's
da
why
seid,
I'm happy
mit uns zu
that
verhandeln,
you are all
mit
here
uns gemeinsam zu diskutieren.
to discuss with
Und
us, to
begrüße
negotiate with us,
alle
and I'm very happy to
Kuratorinnen, die
welcome
hier
all the
beigetragen haben. Ich glaube,
curators who have
zu dem
contributed
Event, ich
to
glaube, das
this
sind
event.
so circa
And
12,
I
wenn ich
think
das richtig, wenn ich
there are
das
about
richtig gezählt
12,
habe,
if I
die beiden
counted
Teams, sowohl vom
correctly,
Kampnagel,
the teams
als auch
from
vom Fonds
Kampnagel
d'Accueil,
and from
alle
the
Gäste,
Fund
die von weit
d'Accueil,
her, die meisten wahrscheinlich von irgendwoher
all
aus
the
Deutschland
guests
angereist
who
sind,
have
aus den
come
Städten, vom Land,
from
aus
far
den
and wide, from
regionalen,
the
kleineren
rural and the
Städten,
urban
größeren
areas,
Städten.
from the
Ich
smaller
habe selten ein
cities
Publikum,
and the
und
bigger
darum geht's ja,
cities. And actually, I
das ich so gut
rarely
kenne wie
have
euch
an
heute,
audience that I know so well,
obwohl ich eigentlich
like I
unser
know you.
Publikum auch sonst
I
ganz
mean,
gut kenne.
I can say
Schön,
that
dass
I
ihr alle
usually
da
know my
seid, und ich
audience,
begrüße ganz
but
herzlich auch
I'm
Andreas
especially
Görgen,
happy
Ministerialdirektor im
to see all of you
Staatsministerium,
here today.
der
And I would like to
wirklich im
welcome
letzten
Andreas
Jahr
Görgen from
unglaublich viel für den Fonds auch bewirkt hat.
the
Danke, dass
federal
du da
government
bist. Danke, dass du
Commissioner
vorbeigekommen
for
bist aus
Culture and
Berlin.
Media. Thank you for coming here
Herzlich
from
willkommen
Berlin.
an alle.
Welcome to all of you again.
Ja, herzlichen Dank auch an den Vorstand des Fonds.
Thank you
Eine
to the
steht
board
heute hier,
of
Amelie
the fund.
Deufelhardt, Wolfgang Schneider,
Amelie
Vorsitzender des
Deufelhardt,
Fonds,
Wolfgang Schneider,
Anne-Kathrin Lesse, die
Anne-Kathrin
da
Lesse,
sind,
all from the board
und
of
ebenso auch an den Amtschef der B.K.L.
the fund.
Also noch
And
kein
I would like to say
Ministerium, aber vielleicht ein
hello
Kollege, man
to
weiß es nicht so genau. Aber
the
tatsächlich
head of the
Person, die,
BKM,
auch,
who
ermöglicht
is
hat,
a
dass wir
person
heute das
who has
hier
made
machen,
it
was wir
possible
machen
that
können.
we can do this here
Vielleicht auch
today.
nochmal ganz wichtig an
And
der
I think
Stelle
it's
zu sagen.
important to underline
Was
this.
machen wir? Jetzt könnten wir loslegen.
So what do we
Die
do?
Festrede ist gehalten. Wir haben die
We could get
Lehrstelle
started.
sozusagen
We have
hier
heard the
in dem
speech.
Raum. Wir versuchen,
We
sie zu
have everything
vergrößern,
here
damit möglichst
in
viele
this
den Raum
room.
auch einnehmen
We want to
können in diese
expand it for
Lehrstelle.
everybody to be able to
Worum
come
geht's
into
sonst
this
immer bei
blank
diesen
space or
Events?
this
Auch in der
empty
Regel geht's doch
space.
darum,
What are all these events usually about?
wie wichtig wir
It's
sind,
usually
wie
about
unterschiedlich wir
assuring
sind,
each other how
wie
important
Geld wir
we
brauchen,
are and how
das
much
alles
money we
machen zu können,
need
was
and
wir
how different
machen.
we are. And
Aber diesmal haben wir gesagt, es
this
geht
time
doch eher darum,
we
die
decided
Rolle,
we want
die
to
ihr
have
jetzt
it
gerade alle
differently.
einnehmt. Was ist es mit dem
This
Publikum,
time
mit den
it's all about
Publikas
the
der
audience,
freien Darstellenden,
the
der
audiences
Theaterräume, wer
of
kommt,
the
wer
independent
fehlt,
scene
wer
in the
ist
theaters,
eingeladen, wer fühlt sich
who
eingeladen,
comes
für
to the
wen ist genug
theater, who
Raum da,
feels
auch zu
invited,
kommen.
who has the
Und
space,
auch das ist was sehr
who has the
Besonderes, heute,
possibility to
glaube
come.
ich, an der Stelle genau danach zu
And I think
fragen,
this is something
wie es
that
denn
is
gar nicht so
important to
stark mit
ask,
uns, sondern
because
wie
we
es
don't
mit
want to
denen
deal
weitergeht,
with
die bisher nicht
ourselves,
in die Theater kommen, die bisher nicht
but
da sind. Und
we
das
want to
Thema
deal with
Publika
those who are
wird
not
uns
currently
sozusagen
here.
jetzt, hat uns vorhin schon in den einzelnen Laboren und wird uns
And I
dann
mean,
auch
we've
heute Abend
dealt
und
with this
morgen den
topic
ganzen Tag
in
weiter.
the individual labs, but
Aber
we're
es ist
going to
super
continue
wichtig,
talking about it
Das Thema
in the
Publikum ist ja quasi
couple
nach
of
der Pandemie
days
oder
that
auch
we
während der
have.
Pandemie,
During the
noch mal
pandemic,
virulenter geworden, obwohl es
the
eigentlich schon
topic
vorher
of
genauso
audiences
virulent war, weil
became
die
even more
Feststellung, dass
important.
nur 5
Although
bis
it was
10%
already a
der
topic
Menschen, in
before the
Deutschland
pandemic,
ins Theater gehen, ist
when
wirklich
we knew
hochgradig
that only
deprimierend.
5 to
Auch die
10%
Feststellung
of
in Publikumsuntersuchungen,
people
dass es
in
überwiegend,
Germany
in den meisten
go to the
Theatern und auch
theater
Kunstinstitutionen
or
überwiegend
other
ein
arts
weißes,
institutions,
bürgerlich
and
gebildetes
they
Publikum
are
ist, das
usually
ins
middle
Theater kommt.
class
Und ich
and
glaube,
up,
da
white
kommt die freie Szene
people
schon
of
mit
the
anderen
population,
Konzepten ins Spiel.
and
Da kommt ihr alle
the
mit neuen, mit
independent
anderen Konzepten,
scene
mit anderen
provides
Beteiligten auch,
new
ins
concepts,
Spiel
new
und
ideas,
können
and
natürlich, und
new
das ist ein großer
stakeholders.
Vorteil der Freiheit, der
And
freien
this is an
Szene, die
advantage
ja auch
of the
bestimmte
independent
Unfreiheiten
scene.
beinhaltet. Ihr könnt euch
Because
eure Teams selbst
You
zusammenstellen.
can choose
So wie ihr
your
wollt,
teams
inklusiv,
yourself
Menschen mit
as you
unterschiedlichsten
like.
Herkunft,
You
aus
can be
unterschiedlichsten,
inclusive, you can
sozialen
add
Hintergründen,
people from different migratory
Menschen mit
backgrounds or
Behinderung. Ihr habt die
social
Möglichkeit,
backgrounds,
ganz
and
anders zu arbeiten und
work with
dadurch
people
glaube
with
ich,
disabilities.
dass
You
ihr und
have the
wir
option to
alle
work
ganz anders
completely
noch mal zu
differently, and
einer
that's why I think that
Transformation des Publikums
you
beitragen
and
können.
us can
So in
make a
meiner Welt,
difference for the
spiegelt
audiences
das
in the
Publikum, und es ist ein bisschen
theaters.
Zukunftsmusik, aber die Zukunft hat ja
And
immer schon angefangen.
the future
Wir
has
sollten niemals
already
Zukunft
always
denken, ohne auch
started.
zu handeln.
You shouldn't own,
Sollte das
never.
Publikum
You
der
should never
Zukunft
think
natürlich
about the
unsere
future without
Stadtgesellschaften
acting for the
spiegeln.
future.
Das ist
So
das
we
Ziel
think
und,
that the
daran
audiences should
arbeiten wir alle.
reflect our
Und natürlich
urban
auch schon mit der Position,
societies.
die ihr jetzt eingenommen habt.
or our communities, societies. There was a comment in the audience, but I cannot hear it because the person is not using a microphone. I'm
Das ist
super
aus einem
sorry.
Kunstprojekt. Ich kann das jetzt nicht erklären, aber ich kann es Ihnen nachher gerne erklären.
It's an art
Das
project that I
soll
cannot
nicht echt
explain right
bedeuten.
now.
Das ist ein bisschen eine kompliziertere Geschichte.
I'm
Erzähle
sorry,
ich
it's a
Ihnen
bit of
nachher.
a complicated story. I'm going to
Manchmal
tell you
ist halt
later.
Kunst und Kultur
I mean,
und Dinge, die
sometimes
wir
art
machen,
and
etwas
arts and
komplexer, aber was
culture
wir auch sehen
may be a little
an diesem
bit
Wandel, dass ihr jetzt alle
more
Publika
complex.
seid, die ihr sonst auf den Bühnen steht und das bespielt,
I mean,
ist durchaus die Fähigkeit,
I think
der
it is
freien
interesting to
Szene, sich
now
in
have the
andere
artists in the
Perspektiven zu
audience
begeben
instead of
und
having
über
the
diese
artists on the stage.
Transformation
And this is
halt,
something that you do on stage too, right? You take
ja,
another
Gesellschaft auch
perspective
zu begleiten. Das ist eine
and
Stärke, an
help
die ich
accompany
zutiefst
society.
glaube, dass wir
And
das
this is a
herstellen
strength.
und immer wieder auch mit
And
unseren
I
einzelnen
firmly
Arbeiten
believe
und
in this
Projekten
strength.
machen.
It's
Und
something that we
von
do
daher eine
with our
besondere
works,
Kraft
with
haben in der Wirkung.
our
Und
pieces, and that's
ich würde tatsächlich
why
jetzt einmal
we have powerful
beim letzten Mal haben wir mit
effect.
einem großen Film angefangen, dennoch.
Last time we started with a film,
Danke Janina Möbius, die
and
auch
thank
heute
you,
da ist
Janina
und die schon
Möbius,
an einem zweiten Film sitzt. Man kann
who
einen
is
Trailer
currently
sehen
producing
im,
her second
Medienraum
film, and
dazu.
you can see the
Und ich
trailer
glaube
in the media
tatsächlich,
room.
Ist diese Arbeit etwas,
I believe
wo
that
mir Andreas Görgen,
this
der hier sitzt,
work,
gesagt hat nach diesem Film, ja, das
Andreas
ist eigentlich
Görgen
so, wie wir
said about the film
dieses Land, die Bevölkerung erzählen müssen, viel,
that
viel
it
stärker
is
aus unterschiedlichen
the way
Perspektiven,
how
aus
we should
vielen Perspektiven.
narrate this country
Und wir
from
versammeln uns halt
different
doch sehr häufig
perspectives,
immer an den einzelnen
because we
Institutionen
often
und
meet
ordnen
at the individual
sozusagen,
institution and
zentral und haben
categorize
immer noch dieses Denken aus dem letzten
and
Jahrhundert. Es ist
continue
viel, viel
this
wichtiger, dezentral.
thought
Das sehen wir
pattern
bei all
from
den
the
Bedrohungen,
last
von denen
century.
gerade auch
And we see all
die
these
Rede ist,
threats and risks
dass
that
wir anders
were just
beginnen
mentioned,
müssen,
we see that we
zu
need to
sehen, wer wir sind, wie viele wir
change
sind, wie wir
our
zusammenfinden
ways
können.
in
Und
order
dass
to
das
see
nicht
how
einer
many we are
nur
and
der
how we
einfachen
can find
Geste
together,
einer
and that it's
Lesart
not
der Kunst, eines
just a
Herstellens von einem
gesture,
Kunstprojekt passiert, sondern dass wir wissen, dass eine Fähigkeit ist, da auch
that we
die
have
Züge
the
herzustellen,
ability, the
Nachdenken herzustellen.
possibility
Und ich bin sehr
to
froh, dass wir das als
create
Fonds
a link, a
tatsächlich jetzt
connection,
etwas
and
besser machen können. Beim
make
letzten Mal
people
erinnert
think.
ihr euch, waren wir doch ein
And I'm happy
bisschen
that we can do this better now
noch
as
am
the fund.
Struggeln
You remember
sozusagen
that
im
last time we were
gesamten
struggling
Saal.
a little bit
Und
with the
tatsächlich hat sich
entire
ja in
room, and
diesem Jahr schon eine
this
deutliche
year
Verbesserung
we have
eingestellt,
seen a
sodass wir
considerable
es
improvement
geschafft haben,
already.
auf
We
fast 7
managed
Millionen in dieser Abbruchkante
to go
Neustadt Kultur
to
zu kommen
7
und auch
million
dieses riesige Labor
in the
noch einmal
Neustadt
machen
Kulturprogramm,
konnten,
and we
Beauftragung
were
und
able to do this
Evaluierung
huge
von
lab
Neustadt
again
Kultur.
and
Und
commission it and
tatsächlich
evaluate
jetzt einen Schritt
it.
für die Zukunft haben,
And
der
now we
bei
have a
etwas
step
über 10
towards the
Millionen liegt
future,
in
which is at about
2024.
a little bit above 10
wir
million
damit
for
viele
2024,
Förderlinien
and we can
aufrechterhalten können.
actually continue many projects and continue funding
Ich möchte natürlich sagen,
many
dass wir das
projects.
der Staatsministerin zu verdanken
And
haben,
of course,
den
this
Medien
is
und
thanks
ihrem
to the
Amtschef,
Commissioner, to the
weil
Federal
das, was man
Commissioner for
bewegen
Culture
muss
and
vor
Media
den verschiedenen
and
haushalterischen
its
Ebenen,
ministerial
ist schon
director,
jede Menge,
because you have
auf
to
dieser Ebene.
manage a lot in order
Ich
to
freue mich,
achieve something like
dass
this.
wir ihn jetzt zu uns bitten
And I
können
am
und
delighted
ein paar
to have the
Fragen
opportunity to ask him now
Andreas,
to come on the stage.
bitte.
Andreas, please come up to us.
Ja,
Can I do this?
Komm, wir nehmen dich in die Mitte.
You should come here
bevor
to
ich
the
euch noch was zu meinem
to the
T-Shirt
middle.
später erzähle.
I'm going to talk about my T-shirt later,
Ja, genau.
or maybe talk about your earrings. Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
also, Andreas Görgen, viele von euch wissen
Andreas
vielleicht,
Görgen,
kommt
many
ursprünglich
of
aus,
you might
also
know.
ganz ursprünglich erzähle ich jetzt gar nicht. Das ist noch
I'm
eine
not going to
viel
go
längere
into
Geschichte.
his
Seine
life
politische
story,
Karriere,
but his political
war
career
bevor er
started
der Amtschef des BKMs wurde,
before
war
he
er im Auswärtigen
became
Amt, hat sich also
the
sehr viel
director of the
also er war Chef der
BKM.
Kulturpolitik des Auswärtigen Amtes,
He
hat sich sehr viel mit
was in the
internationalen,
Foreign Service,
Kulturbeziehungen im weitesten Sinn beschäftigt.
and he dealt with cultural relations and was very active in the area of giving back colonial pieces. And he traveled a lot in the global south. So, do you think that the independent scene has kind of received a higher value in the last years? Or why does the federal government now show an interest in them? I'm kind of reminded of the cinema, because in the cinema there's always marketing, and before there are always adverts, and then in the advertisement there's always an official being killed, and then, but people don't want to see that, they just want to go to the main film. And I'm happy that actually they chose here a room where nobody can get up easily and leave the room, so I think that was smart. So thanks for giving us this setting here.
Eine sehr ernsthafte Antwort für
Let me
Kampnagel.
give you a very serious answer to Kampnagel. If you look at the 40 years history of Kampnagel, you see a democratization of the Federal Republic. And 40 years ago, it was an occupied
Ich nicht selber, hier Kampnagel, ich bin ein Mensch.
place.
Hätte sie sich
And
wahrscheinlich
now
auch nicht
Amelie
träumen
Doivrat
lassen,
is
dass das mal
here,
ein Ziel sei.
and it's a state
Das
theater.
bedeutet aber, dass der
She probably never
Anspruch der
dreamed of this
Widerständigkeit,
position.
der von Kampnagel ausgegangen ist, dazu
And
geführt hat,
Kampnagel always had
dass sich die
this
Kulturpolitik in Hamburg,
resistance
aber ich glaube auch die Kulturpolitik der Bundesrepublik Deutschland insgesamt, dass sie demokratischer in dem Sinne geworden
and
ist,
an
dass
approach of
Elemente
making
mittlerweile
Germany
staatlich finanziert
more
werden, gefördert
democratic.
werden,
and elements are funded that first had to kind of fight their own way into the state. And this is the aspect of democratization that we have to continue to follow. To make this more theoretical, and thank you, Sivan, for your art, for art that is critical and gives us sense. That's why art is so important, why it is so important for voices, bodies, narratives that are perceived as strange, to see them on stage and be quiet in front of the stage, and then afterwards go back out into society, and then one day be able to speak about it, how we can become a democratic society in which people from different classes, backgrounds, social orientations can live together. So, yes, that's why it's so important that the independent scene is promoted and strengthened. And you all know how difficult it is with the budget currently. But it was a clear decision from the Commission for Culture and Media to say, let's continue this. Make it happen. Thank you.
Es gibt auf diesem Weg, glaube ich, der Demokratisierung
on this path towards democracy, there are more initiatives that ask the question about the audiences. And how do you actually develop audiences? How do you help them get access to state theaters? And I think there's an initiative with the Culture Pass, the so-called Kulturpass. Could you maybe say something about that? Is this a perspective that is voluntary, or is it mainly about the young people who suffered from the pandemic and weren't able to participate anywhere? Or is it maybe an approach where the commissioner says we want people to be able to participate in theater presentations and other arts events?
Oder indem die freien Szenen eine Demokratisierung der Gesellschaft erreicht haben, ist es auch plausibel, dass diese Gesellschaft sagt, wir fördern euch mehr.
That the society says we continue promoting you. And this makes us closer to an institutionalized funding, because it means that other institutions receive less money. And this is something that we should consciously maintain and continue, because otherwise the funds lose their integrative strength if they cannot continue to grow with more participation. But the Culture Pass is a redistribution. It tries to increase demand instead of increasing the offer, and redistributes funds. But it is also liberal, market liberal, because the state doesn't decide what good art is and where an 18-year-old should go. And this is an ambivalence. It's ambiguous. And I think this is a good pathway of saying, let's increase demand, because young people benefit from this. They might not be as burdened as people in other age groups. But it is a liberal aspect. It has a liberal aspect too, because this means for the institutions to have to prove themselves in a market. And this contradicts the definition of art that we actually also really like. So we'll have to see how this continues, how this develops. Last week I talked to the Sonne and Beton film team, and we see in a study that we do that accompanies the Kulturpass, that the people, the 18-year-old who have the Kulturpass, reflect the society as a whole. So we're not only reaching the children of high-standing newspapers in Germany. I have a question about this study. I heard that very few young people go to the theater with the pass. That would be my first question. And my second question is, would it make sense to include, more age groups, not only the 18-year-olds, but to kind of give them a sort of continuity, from 18 to 21 or 16 to 19 or something? Yeah, but once they are 19, they don't receive this anymore, right? Well, then they have to buy the tickets themselves. So, yes, my question is 1 year enough? No, of course, it's never enough. Well, great. But I mean, we don't have the money to include everybody. Well, maybe a little bit less budget and longer time span. Okay, let's talk about this after you have explained your T-shirt. Okay, yeah, that's an idea. Less but longer. I had the feeling that I avoided this question. Anybody? Is that a problem for anybody? What was the question? Can you tell me? Okay. Could we do this for a longer period of time? And the second one, could we do this campaign for bringing people into the theater? Okay, to all the theaters, let me say, I'm so sorry. Sorry to all of the ones who carry responsibility in smaller theaters. Of course, the Kulturpass benefits mainly big institutions with big ticketing systems. If we hadn't allowed this, then we wouldn't have 35 to 37% of the people on the Kulturpass, because we wouldn't have had enough offers. France took 4 years to implement this, and we managed this in a couple of months. And I think that I'm very optimistic that we're going to reach a much higher number soon. But yes, we consciously went with big ticketing systems, big ticketing providers, because they were able to quickly make this possible. But this summer we improved and we added more theaters, smaller theaters, medium-sized theaters. And the numbers show, yes, it's working better, but all these theaters had to put a lot of work in because they kind of manually had to put in things into the digital realm of this program. And I would like to call on you. Please don't hesitate to tell us if you have any difficulties with the system. We are really, really happy to help. And just let me emphasize this. The Kulturpass has been in action since 4 months ago. And we wanted for it to get a good start with as many people as possible. But now we kind of have to diligently try to improve it and expand it. I'm sure there are people here in the room who have more detailed knowledge. So tell us your criticism, tell us what your problems are, and please don't tell the newspaper, but tell us, because this is how we can help you.
Ja, und ich glaube, das ist halt tatsächlich noch ein Punkt beim Publikum, dass es natürlich uns immer wieder auffällt, auch eine Diskussion, die sehr stark an mich herangetragen wird. Eigentlich geht es ja doch darum, auch die ästhetischen Prozesse anders zu gestalten, wie in den 70er Jahren, prozesshafter sozusagen.
Processes from the 70s, so that art should not be a dividend between the audience and the artist, but more of a collaboration between the two. And this is what we're looking forward to doing over the next 2 years. So the question is, from a federal perspective, do you see this change in the mindset within the German federal states, where we may be able to say that there's a willingness to think about change and aesthetics of larger and smaller institutions. How many days do I have to actually answer this question? I would need to talk about it that long to cover all aspects. So just 2 aspects for now. I believe that there's big tension in today's society. On the one hand, insecurity. On the other hand, the necessity for transformation. And this tension is what politicians need to address. On the one hand, we're too slow for the transformation that we need, but on the other hand, we're too fast for the insecurity that our society feels. So there is no clear answer. I cannot only focus on transformation because it will make me lose parts of society that are insecure. Then we all know that progress, democratic progress, definitely is based on contradiction. And I feel like in our culture, we haven't quite gotten to the point where we can see the difference in aesthetics and narratives as a basis for a beautiful society. And therefore, I believe, yes, that we have an awareness in politics on how to design these processes. But just one more thought, maybe we're in a time of silence today where we may end up understanding the beauty of differences. But this is going to be a process to get there. If we want to be a successful immigration country, then we have to overcome this and we have to accept this task.
Das war ein sehr schönes Schlusswort und spielt mir in die Hände für die Abmoderation und auch nochmal mein T-Shirt.
That was a very nice sentence. Thank you. Diversity is what is important. Integration is not. I was given this T-shirt just yesterday. But it is sold in Migrantpolitan. They actually have their own label. So the question is, do we really want to integrate everyone in this country, or do we want to embrace diversity?
Relativ unabhängig von Kampnagel betrieben wird von vielen geflüchteten Menschen, von vielen Einwanderern,
so this
von queeren
T-shirt
Menschen.
is actually designed in a place where a lot of people worked on it, and it has nothing to do with Kampnagel.
Naja, ich kann jetzt direkt beide nehmen. Vielen
Well,
Dank.
I'll just take both microphones. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Ich glaube, wir haben tatsächlich einen guten Start und einige Gedanken, auch die wir die Tage weiter ventilieren
and we
wollen.
came up with a couple of thoughts that we can definitely talk about more over the next 2 years, 2 days. So, thank you for the Board of Trustees who are going to speak now. Thank you.
Bevor
we start with our speech, we would like to say thank you.
Einen Dank an
Thank you to Sivan
die heute eine
Ben-Yeshai,
wichtige Rede gehalten
who
hat
held
und
a
auch
very
dem
important
Spiegel
speech
ein
today
sehr wichtiges Interview gegeben hat.
and also gave a
Ihr
very
und
interesting
allen
interview, an
Menschen,
important interview
die
to the
aktuell
Spiegel.
darauf hinweisen, dass unser eigentliches Problem
and
in
everyone
Deutschland nicht
who
in
points
sippenhaft
out that our
genommene
problem
arabischstämmige Personen sind,
is not
sondern
Arabic
dass wir uns
persons
positionieren
in
müssen
Germany,
gegen eine immer
but the
weiter
fact that we need to
erstarkende,
position
menschenverachtende,
ourselves
rechtsextreme Tendenz in
towards
diesem Land,
more
wie auch
right-wing
gegen jede
tendencies
Form
in this
nationalistischer Politik und
country, as
radikalen
well
Terrors
as
weltweit.
nationalist politics here and worldwide.
Wir fordern Solidarität mit
We are
allen unter Krieg
asking
und
for
Terror leidenden Menschen.
solidarity
Wir
for everyone
fordern eine
who
differenzierte
is
Auseinandersetzung
compromised by
ohne
war and
Herabsetzung
terror.
und Ausgrenzung.
We
Wir
are
fordern eine Politik,
demanding
die endlich die wichtigen
politics
Themen
that
soziale
are
Gerechtigkeit und
covering
Klimaschutz angeht.
the most
Wir
important
sind überzeugt,
topics.
dass die Künste aktuell
We
einen großen und wichtigen Auftrag
Are
haben.
convinced that
Und in diesem
the
Sinne
arts
laden wir auch dazu
are
ein, die Zeit hier zu nutzen, um die in
actually
unserer Kunst liegende Kraft
more important than ever.
miteinander
So
zum
we
Klingen
are
zu
inviting
bringen.
you
Für
to
Liebe,
show the strength that
Empathie
our art
und
has
Solidarität
for
für
love
das
and
Leben.
empathy and life.
Guten Abend.
Good evening.
Guten Abend, Frau Breach.
Good evening, Mrs. Breach.
Guten Abend, wir sind
Good
Mabel,
evening.
Anne,
We are Mabel, Anne,
Moritz,
Moritz,
Danti,
Danti, Laia,
Matthäus,
Mateusz,
Benny
Venny,
Eva,
Eva,
Felicitas
Felicitas
und Kaspar.
und Kaspar.
wir sind eine Gruppe von
We
10
are
Personen
the
und sitzen
10-member
in einer
board
Reihe
of
nebeneinander.
trustees, and we're sitting next
auf
to one
dieser
another on this
Wir
stage.
haben unterschiedliche
We come from different backgrounds.
unterschiedliche Größen,
We
Haarfarben
have different sizes,
und
different hair
Hautfarben.
colors, different skin
Einige von uns
colors.
tragen eine Brille
Some of us may be wearing
und
glasses.
wir haben alle sehr, sehr nice Outfits
and
an.
we're all just in gorgeous outfits tonight.
Und wir sind das 10-köpfige Gremium,
And
das
we're
von
the
Fonds
10-member
Darstellende
board of
Künste mit der Auswahl
trustees
der
commissioned by the
64 Artist Labs
Fund
beauftragt
Darstellende
wurde,
Künste to
die auch
select
das
the
Fundament dieser
64 Artist
zweitägigen
Labs, which
Veranstaltung
also
bilden.
form the foundation of this
Wir
two-day
freuen uns
event.
sehr, sehr,
We
dass wir
are
heute endlich alle
very
zusammenkommen.
pleased
Also
that we
literally
are finally all coming
zusammen
together today. So
mit
us,
euch,
the committee,
vor euch,
the board of
allen
trustees,
Laborantinnen,
and above all with
politisch
you and all lab
Verantwortlichen,
participants, political
Fachexpertinnen,
representatives,
Freundinnen
experts,
und
friends,
Interessierten.
and
Auch
interested
von unserer Seite
parties.
herzlich
We'd like
willkommen.
to welcome you all today. Thank you for being here.
Mit der Entscheidung, sich von einem 10-köpfigen
By deciding
Gremium
to
bei
be
der Vergabe
advised
der
by a
Mittel für die Labore
10-member
beraten
panel
zu
on the
lassen,
allocation of
die alle
funds for the
selbst auch
labs,
Teil der
all of
freien
whom
darstellenden
are also
Künste sind,
themselves
ist
part
der Fonds
of
bereits
the free
selbst eine Art
performing arts.
künstlerisches Labor
The fund
eingegangen.
itself has already
Der
entered
Fonds
a
hat sich
kind of
darauf
artistic
eingelassen,
lab.
viele,
The fund
wir
is
betonen
engaged in
viele
opening many, and we want to
Kommunikationskanäle zu
emphasize
öffnen
many
und
channels of
das Aushandeln
communication.
mit uns als konstanten Modus
And
der Arbeit zu akzeptieren und zu ertragen.
Accepted to endure
Parallel
constant
dazu waren wir
negotiation
wiederum
with us.
geladen, je
In
ein
parallel,
eigenes
we were
Labor
in
zu
turn
eröffnen
invited to
und
each
fleißig
open a
mit
lab for our
zu den
own
Fragen rund um
and
Publikum
worked
zu
towards
evaluieren.
evaluating
Das macht es
questions about
vielleicht in der
audiences.
Organisation nicht gerade
This might
einfacher
not have made
und konfrontierte
organization
uns mit
easier,
kritischen Fragen zu
and it
unserer eigenen
confronted
Rolle.
us with critical
Es half aber
questions
vor
about our
allen
own
Dingen
role,
dabei, die
but
Perspektive
above
der
all, it helped to
Schaffenden quasi
include the
ins Zentrum
perspective of
aller
the
Entscheidungen zu
creators
rücken.
as the
Und
starting
da wir
point
alle
of every
zusätzlich
decision.
noch 5 bis 7
And since
weitere
we
Labore auf
have
dem
each
Weg bis heute
accompanied
begleitet haben,
5 to 7 other
vermengen
labs,
sich heute Erfahrungswissen,
we
Austausch
acquired
und
experience,
Kollektivität zu der
exchange, and
Gemengelage, vor der wir heute
collectivity, which
stehen.
now blended
Wir
to form
bedanken
what
uns
we
an
are
dieser
facing
Stelle für
today.
das Vertrauen und die
And
Nerven vom
we would
Fonds
like to thank the
und für
fund
das
for its
Vertrauen und
trust
die
and the
Offenheit der
nerves,
KünstlerInnen
and
ihrer
also
Labore
thank
und
all
sind froh,
other
dass wir am Ende
artists
dieses
and their
Versuchs
labs for
in der
their trust and
Lage waren,
openness.
zu
And we're
10
glad
eine Rede zu
that at the
schreiben.
end of this experiment, we're able to write the speech among 10 people. Evaluation means to estimate and assess. Moreover, etymologically, it can be traced back to be strong. And this is what we want to emphasize rather than the neoliberal commercialization aspects that a study commissioned by the federal government might entail. No, we thank the fund for handing over this mandate to the artists and cultural workers directly. And with it, the possibility
Kriegen und Zusammenbrüchen geprägten Zeit Kraft
to give strength and to establish places that could mobilize forces again after this time of pandemics, wars, and collapses. Whether it's accumulating knowledge, experimenting with pre-existing ideas, or bringing together previously unrelated energy, thank you for the strength of evaluation. And what's great about it is that this evaluation did not even attempt to summarize all experiences from the COVID era with only one method, but on the contrary, the panel's heterogeneity and your creativity just enabled much more than conventional methods could have. But at the same time, we need to say that not all perspectives are represented, and not in this group and not in the artist labs. So it would be great to just keep doing what we're doing here outside of this event.
Und dann wollte ich noch sagen, genau, ihr seid nämlich diejenigen, die
you are the ones who are just really artistic, who could work artistically, who used methods that weren't controlled, and you used them how you needed them, you developed them.
Und somit unterschiedlichste Formate jetzt hier heute
and therefore we see different various formats today, and we find that great.
Somit trägt die Art, wie bei dieser Evaluation oder diesen Evaluationen, muss man ja vielleicht sagen, vorgegangen wurde,
way that evaluation was done encourages and ensures that the results will not collect dust or will be printed in papers that no one will read, but instead will go to waste. But instead, they will be actively implemented and put into practice.
Der freien darstellenden Künste, ihrer Akteure und ihrer Netzwerke.
So, notably, the artist labs were for the first time and nationwide looked at on such a large scale. The results confirm a specific commitment of artists to engage with their social environment.
Oder der GründerInnen-Generation der freien darstellenden Künste war. Es geht Auseinandersetzung, Einbeziehung, Durchdringung, einen aktiven Beitrag zur Ausgestaltung einer solidarischen
fostering inclusivity, engagement, and about contributing to a more democratic and sustainable society. And the results show that what was demanded was also what was necessary, because these suggestions represent more than anything much needed funding reforms. For the first time, the location of stakeholders did not determine anymore whether we can actually be artists, but for the very first time, areas that are
called underdeveloped regions benefited from our sector-specific methods, and that fostered new relationships both within society and different sectors.
Über 64 Labore zusammenfassend zu sprechen und ihnen dabei in ihrer
64 labs
und in ihrer Fülle
are
gerecht zu werden,
difficult to
ist natürlich
sum
an dieser
up,
Stelle und für uns
and it is
unmöglich.
difficult
Wir
to
möchten uns
show their
dennoch
deep
bedanken für all
engagement
die Einblicke, die wir gewinnen konnten,
because
als
we just have too little
begleitendes
time
Team.
for it. As an
Und wenn
accompanying
es auch nur
team,
punktuelle Einblicke waren,
we are
so war
thankful for what we
blieb unser Wissen
learned.
lückenhaft und wie wir
Our
festgestellt
knowledge
haben,
of the
sind
labs
auch
is
wir
obviously
zu einem Publikum
incomplete,
geworden, zu
and
einem Publikum,
we've
was die
become an
Labore
audience,
gefiltert
an
hat, die
audience
Ergebnisse,
that
was
filtered,
verkürzen musste, interpretieren musste, übersetzen
summarized,
musste.
interpreted, and
Und dabei sind uns aber
projected our
laborübergreifend
experiences.
zwei Sachen aufgefallen.
What we saw were two common
Fragen, die bei
challenges
uns, geblieben
that
sind.
stand out across all these
Erstens, wie
labs,
bringen
and
wir als Akteurinnen
two questions
der
that
freien darstellenden
remained.
Künste uns
First,
und
how
unsere
do
künstlerische
we
Praxis
and our
produktiv
artistic
in
practice
gesamtgesellschaftliche Prozesse
contribute
ein?
productively to broader
Zweitens,
societal
wie
processes?
können wir
And
Solidarität,
second, how do we promote solidarity, democracy, and equality with our artistic practice?
Was uns alle in diesem Raum also miteinander
What we all
verbindet, ist der
share
Wunsch nach
is the desire
Partizipation an
to
gesellschaftlichen Entwicklungen.
participate.
Und da Partizipation das
And
Gegenteil von
since
Trennung ist,
participation
wird in diesem Anliegen
is
auch die binäre Aufteilung
the
in Künstlerinnen
difference,
und ihr Publikum,
the-
in Bühne und
is the opposite
Zuschauerinnenraum
of
herausgefordert und radikal
being
abgeschafft.
different. We want
Viele
to
Akteurinnen der freien darstellenden
overcome the
Künste unterscheiden nicht mehr
binary
in Publikum und
thinking
Nicht-Publikum.
pattern.
Sie finden neue Begriffe.
People formerly known as
People formerly known as audiences, we can now call subscribers, allies, followers, target groups, stakeholders, followers, visitors, paying guests, co-creators, counterparts, passives, collaborators, communities, audiences, global audiences, and many more.
Auch weist die Vielzahl der Begriffe darauf hin,
The multitude of terms suggests that an audience is never homogeneous, but is always composed of several audiences and of several publics. Maybe we should therefore abandon the singular term audience in German in favor of the plural audiences. Communities, as in today's and tomorrow's audiences, appear to be the buzzword here. What would shifting from audience development to community building mean? If we'd move away from marketing logic toward intersectional solidarity that involves recognizing that identities are more than brands and target groups, and where broad audiences extend beyond the white heterosexual middle class, the additional funds allocated during the pandemic allowed artists to involve communities
die Möglichkeit, Szenen bzw. Menschen in ihrer künstlerischen
new communities, those communities who typically face barriers in accessing artistic resources.
Beim Zugang zu Ressourcen haben. Für die Communities, die nicht so
For
leichten Weg in die Kunstinstitutionen finden, für die Kunst aber dennoch täglich
don't have that access, but
für
still
Räume,
enjoy
wo
art.
demokratische Werte praktiziert werden, Wissen und soziale Gerechtigkeit verkörpert sind
Where
und wo die Rollen
social
von den Performenden und den Zuschauenden ständig
injustice
Es ist symptomatisch, dass in der medialen Berichterstattung und den Zuschauenden Entschuldigung, da habe ich jetzt in der Zeile außersehentlich
actually, excuse me, but the speaker is actually not in the right line.
Dass in der medialen Berichterstattung der vergangenen Jahre gerade solche Orte zu kurz kamen, in denen das Gegenteil von Publikumsrückgang zu beobachten war, weil diese zahlreichen Beispiele nicht Erzählungen über Bubbles und Wokeness, den angeblichen Grund der halbleeren Publikumsräume, die in vielen Stadt- und Staatstheater passen.
Right, because these numerous examples did not fit the narrative of bubbles and wokeness, which is supposedly the reason for half-empty auditoriums. The labs explored togetherness in rural areas, facing declining populations and economic challenges.
This exploration underlined the need for new, future-oriented, real, different relationships. Many stakeholders were able to build on existing networks and to deepen tested methods. But it also encouraged artists to have new relationships and find people who weren't usually present in artistic spaces. It also encouraged artists from urban areas to come city-country dichotomies, resulting in new opportunities, but also complex questions and some uncertainties for local communities. The post-pandemic hybridization of urban and rural influences, lifestyles, and ideas is a consequence of the pandemic that brings opportunities and challenges for social life, and the labs helped explore and discuss them. Digital spaces offer room, is what the labs found, that was previously ignored for encounters between people from the urban and rural areas through art. The labs also showed that the post-digital realm has become an integral part of the conversation about art in our digitalized world. What used to be considered digital theater is, and which therefore was different or foreign, is now recognized more, especially because it is recognized as a blend of digital and analog interactions with physical and digital spaces that are merging. We are existing in a hybrid world, and our common spaces are existing in a hybrid world. Some labs even explored audience engagement in post-digital contexts, leading to new questions about, for example, using VR in theater in times of war and harnessing social media reach for artistic intervention. How can we protect online? How can we be protected from online audiences whose attention was maybe not solicited, but who target us with their violence? Then the question how marginalized groups are experiencing art, and how the theater and cultural institutions can learn from spaces that are emphasizing on awareness, respect, kinship, and access intimacy. The aim is to address issues of class and racism intersectionally and to explore speechlessness when criticizing injustice. There's also a big interest in creating inclusive funding structures in a way that migrant and transnational artists can get access and find their place, and to recognize and promote professional experience in the Global South, as well as multilingualism as characteristics and added value to the independent scene. This also involves questioning the hierarchies present in funding organizations and art institutions, and developing frameworks that are sensitive to discrimination and social injustice. And there is a wish for public discussions of these ideas in the art spaces and find new paths together. The pandemic funding allowed for more inclusive experiences and perspectives, and that should be maintained. For the first time, costs for necessary assistance could be included in funding applications. For the first time, it was possible to develop concepts for artistic practice that engaged all people, including those excluded from society in various ways.
Fragen wie Dekolonialisierung,
issues like decolonization, queer feminism, and access aren't abstract theories, but they are demands for concrete actions. Especially in the face of right-wing backlash in Germany and in the world, we need to create safe spaces for artists and their audiences.
The club culture, the
ballroom scene, the drag scene, and similar contexts show us how we can create spaces that are inclusive and non-elitist. Marginalized groups aren't, as part of the audience, aren't enough to diversify audiences, especially if there is no shift in institutional teams and leadership positions. We need equitable redistribution of recognition and wealth. We need radical diversity and broad participation. We wish for networks and alliances that promote social diversity, where we can meet at eye level, and that enable diversity within society.
We also have to ask ourselves, at this ball, who cannot be here and for what reason? Which parts of this event are not really accessible? And which parts of the speech are maybe not really accessible? Or not quite as accessible? Which room is only accessible with a staircase, and what solidarity would mean for this event, for every further sentence, for every movement that we make here together. And now I continue reading because it's quite complex, the text. People are disabled by the lack of accesses and by barriers. It's crucial to address accessibility in all aspects of cultural offerings, ensuring that everyone, including the disabled, deaf, chronically ill individuals, are included. Audience numbers should not be the sole measure of success. And I think that we should also include more breaks. That should be really important. This has been stipulated in the UN Convention on Disability in order to promote everybody's rights, and that the numbers of audiences should not be the sole measure of success. I know this is a difficult aspect maybe, but I think it's quite important. I'm done. Mabel, shall I give you the microphone then? The labs brought together people with diverse professional and non-professional backgrounds to collaborate on addressing post-pandemic, digital, transformative, and complex realities. It became clear that artistic production in the liberal performing arts is a collective effort, and it develops in swarm intelligence, shared knowledge, and collaborative learning that erases distinctions between artists and non-artists, because that is obsolete and not timely anymore. So, applause, please. because this crowd on site is a mixed crowd. There are visual artists, handypersons, performers, scientists, musicians, activists, DJs, dramaturges, architects, social workers, scenographers, choreographers, curators, producers, audio walk makers, speakers, figure players and builders, students, pensioners, and people who are just starting out at work. And of course, many more. And all of them have come together in the labs and explored formats where the audiences can emancipate. So the labs can be seen as transdisciplinary hubs. Transdisciplinary because the shared knowledge from different art forms transforms participating disciplines and offers alternative perspectives and challenges preconceived notions, so that we are able to recognize it as such. Transdisciplinary also because we have to try to become resistant to it and to avoid to being pigeonholed into specific disciplines. And this happened actually also at the B.A.L.L when they tried to press us into a coined title. When we met a couple of months ago and tried to find a title, we failed. And how could we find a title because it's so diverse? Transdisciplinary is something that we're not taught. It is something that we're trained not to do during our education. And that's why we need the 64 labs in order to train and experiment transdiscipline. The liberal performing arts reinvent themselves and continually expand their formats. In recent years, audio walks and the VR experience have become standard, while new and content participation formats continue to emerge. The liberal performing arts are the epitome of this form of research, incorporating evaluation as an artistic tool. But it is different now with the Neustart Kultur funding, is that the conditions are improved, often with reduced pressure and better compensation. The grants, while small, are significant steps that alleviate the precarious working conditions caused by limited funding sources and a very intense competition. And at the same time, they create the foundation for the relationships that are necessary and essential for our art. The lab results demonstrate the immense benefits of the arts, especially considering the substantial changes ahead. And this is where we would like to continue. We urgently need a funding framework that lays the foundation for sustainable artistic practices and supports transdisciplinary dynamic processes, fostering resilient relationships. We need long-term funding and/or basic income that offers stability. The funding framework is an important keyword. We also need spaces, rooms, good rooms that can perform, that are free in a world that is very capitalistic, that we can afford. Also in rural areas where we can work, that are made available to us. Otherwise, our work wouldn't be possible. That's why we ask for the same right as every stupid sports club. We want spaces that are made available to us for free. That is why we need a round table between municipalities, states, and the federal government, developing solutions initiated during the pandemic into ongoing initiatives in these difficult times, recognizing the federal government's role in supporting independent actors with supra-regional work practices is essential. And we need strong alliances. Strong alliances are crucial for the practical side of this process. And the discussion with audiences demonstrates the importance of what is a good place, what is an open house. Structures have been discussed and dismantled, and hopefully will be put together, back together soon. Dear independent scene, let's continue with this practice of dismantling, exploring, and putting back together. It's fine if we call it New Start, Neustart, but if we mean with this the constant letting go and dismantling, then it's great. Maybe we have to put a new chair into every institution and carry all the new audiences ourselves into the theater spaces. This brings me to my last contribution. We talked about co-creation. That's why I thought it would be cool if we could do a wave motion, a Labore wave in this room. So let's continue with the spirit of research and collaboration. Oh, come on, now get more relaxed. It's a relaxed performance here. It is important to combine the experiences of the labs, to look at the differences and where we can learn from each other. And let's try to figure out where we have overlaps, where synergies are possible, and where political demands can be formulated. Because this is much more than just about specific local challenges. This is about everything. Thank you. Okay, we're going to be very brief. Let's just say this from the curator teams of this B.A.L.L event. Welcome. I am Uta Lamberts. I'm a dramaturg and curator at Kampnagel, and I have curated a part of this event. I'm a 165 centimeter tall person, and I have bleached hair. I'm wearing a black blazer and trouser, and my name is Julian Kamphausen. I am also one of the curators. My pronoun is he, and I am pretty tall. I'm 185, and I'm wearing jeans and pullover. My name is Philin Lennart. I have created the scenography for this event. I actually don't know how tall I am. Currently, my hair is super short, and the color I'm wearing is also dark blue. We also have Susanne Schuster in our team, who unfortunately couldn't come for private reasons, and we are representing her while she is here in her thoughts. We're not going to try to add any content. We just want to give you a little outlook on what you can expect in the next couple of days, so that you can self-organize in this huge diversity of events. As you might have already heard, it wasn't possible to put 64 labs into 2 days or 1.5 days. It wouldn't have been right because they are so complex. So what we did was that we clustered some of the topics and we continued those issues and channeled it into a program. And you can participate, you can be part of the workshops and individually choose where you want to go. We have 64 labs and their representatives, and you can find them on a total of 11 islands in the foyer, in the lobby, and they show videos there, and you can add to those islands. You can write on cardboard and add this cardboard to the fences, and we would like to call on all of you to participate. After our opening, you will have an opportunity to visit those islands and start exchanging and dialogue with the artists and the participants of the labs. And there will be more food outside. At 8 o'clock, we will continue with a zero-emission conference in times of crisis where the experts haven't come here but are represented by the audience. And in parallel, there will be Jen Rosenwitz and the noise with a musical accompaniment, and they deal with the perceived or alleged difference between audience and artists and change and exchange the chairs again and again. Touquet Royal, Katharina Wada and Scotty will be here and talk about audiences, performances and politics, new forms of access and new communities. And tomorrow we will have a lot of program that takes place. In parallel, there will be movement workshops and action workshops, as well as panels and presentations. We're actually going to take over the entire Kampnagel, inside and out. And there will be a lunch. I forgot actually to say, there is a free dinner tonight in the lobby. In the early evening tomorrow, we will come together with Azar Dadan, Jörg Albrecht and many others, and we will look back on the event and give you the answer to the riddle of the umbrellas outside that you can see. And there is the Rimini protocol again in K2, and if you are hungry for a party, there's the karaoke, the queerest and most beautiful karaoke party that makes the difference between audience and artists disappear. And Rimini protocol, as I said, karaoke, you will all have tickets. And if you have requested tickets, please pick them up 1 hour before the event, because if you don't pick them up, we will sell them to guests arriving, because we were sold out, so this is quite important. There is a cooperation of Metropolitan and Raum Labore Berlin. That is a hot spring where you can go, so please bring your swimsuit. The Metropolitan is an individual building behind Kampnagel, and it is a community space where people can come together, develop projects, party together, and it addresses new and old people from Hamburg and everybody else. So if you are spontaneous, you might have a chance to find a spot in some of the workshops. There, next to the bar, you will find a table and a spot where you can see what seats are free. The labs are in the main building and in buildings next to it. It's very big here and it's very difficult sometimes to find your way, but we have a guiding system and everybody at the registration will be happy to help you. Some of the labs require you to wear a mask. That's because some of the participants require you to wear a mask. Please respect those wishes by helping those who have a higher risk of infection. We have masks available here at several spots on the premises as well as at the entrance for those workshops. In K2 and K6, there is streaming available, so anybody who doesn't have the possibility to come for infection risks can participate by watching the stream. And the K31 is also in the stream. There is constant simultaneous interpretation, hello, that's us, in the K2 and K6. In the West foyer you will find the toilets. There is a consultation offer for DAKU in the lobby on the left, and there's a charging station, Kampnagel Club KMH, where you can charge your phones or whatever batteries that you need to charge. You can also use this as a lounge where you can always watch the stream from the labs. If you require a quiet space, the quiet space is K3, room number 33. If you have any problems, if you feel triggered, you feel unsure about something, there's an awareness team in karaoke during the party. There's the awareness team on site in the hall. And the awareness team wears yellow vests. This is how you can recognize them. And we, as well as the team at the registration desk and Krasa production team, are approachable for you at all times. Okay, so this brings us to say, have fun at the B.A.L.L this year. Exciting new encounters and exciting exchange. Have fun. Good night.
Hallo und schönen guten Abend. Mein Name ist Miriam Schmuck und neben mir steht Fabian Letto. Wir sind beide vom
With me
Kein-Kollektiv
is
und
Fabian
möchten Sie und
Letto,
euch heute
and
durch
we would
die
like
Gespräche und
to
den Abend führen.
wish you
Eine
a
ganz kleine
warm
technische
welcome for
Bitte. Es
tonight.
gibt hier vorne eine Roboterkamera.
So
Ein kleiner
up
Gefährte
here there's a
der
little
Übersetzung in
robot
DGS.
camera
Und, in der Eröffnungsveranstaltung sind da sehr viele
the
Personen
translation
durchgelaufen. Das kann man sich wie Tonausfall
for
vorstellen.
sign language.
Darum bitte
So
vielleicht hier vorne an der
we would
Treppe
like to ask
nicht
you
immer durch diese
to
Kamera
not
laufen.
walk
Dankeschön.
through that camera
Wir
up
starten
here in the
diesen Abend
front
mit einem
at
Zitat,
the
den wir
stairs.
mit einem Zitat,
We
das
would
wir
like
aus
to
unserem
start
Lab
tonight
braucht das
with
ganze Dorf mitgebracht
a
haben,
quote
das
from
ich
our
einmal
lab
vorlesen möchte. Wir
that I
reden in
would
den
like to
Kunstbetrieben
read
immer
out.
über das
We
Publikum,
talk about
als
the
wäre da so etwas
audiences
wie
all
eine
the
homogene
time
Gruppe.
as if it
Dabei
is
geht es um
a
Einzelne,
homogeneous
vielleicht um
group,
Communities,
even
die
though it's
zusammenfinden
about
für einen sehr
individuals and
außergewöhnlichen
communities
Moment,
that
den
are
Moment,
sharing a special
einzeln viele
moment,
zu sein.
a
Zusammen zu
moment
sein,
of
ohne gleich
being
zusammengehören
an
zu müssen.
individual in a
Zusammen zu
group
schauen, zu
without
hören, zu
having
denken und zu
to
atmen, ohne eins zu werden. Das Publikum ist
be
viele, mit ihren
melting
eigenen
and belonging
Realitäten,
together.
Rhythmen,
The
Begierden,
audience is many
Zeitgenossinnen,
with
ZeugInnen einer
their own
Zusammenkunft,
individual
die Kunst
interests.
heißen mag, oder Sorge,
And
oder Diskussion, oder Teilen, oder
they
die
come
vielen zu
together in
homogenisieren ist ein
worry
Verlust. Ihnen nur zur
or
Premiere zu begegnen ist ein
in
Verlust. Sie nur als
a
schweigende
lot of
Anwesende, nicht
other
als Mitsprechende in
emotions.
Kunsträumen
So
zu
seeing
dulden, ist
them
ein
as a
Verlust.
group
Verlust an
and
kollektiver
only as a
Fantasie,
group
an Austausch,
is
an
a
Energien.
loss.
Das Theater könnte so viel stärker ein
Theater could
experimenteller
be
Prozess dieser
so
kollektiven
much
Situation
more
sein.
of an
Nicht nur zur
experimental
Premiere.
process,
Das Publikum
not
könnte
only
eine
for
Mitspielerin
a
sein. Nein,
premiere.
viele
The audience
Mitspielerinnen.
could be
Wenn dem
a
antiken
part,
Theater
have a
die
role in
Figur des
it,
Chores
many
verloren ging,
roles.
dann wohnt sie heute vielleicht genau dort, im Publikum.
Maybe the co-player of theater
Und
is
wenn
in our audiences.
frei nach Brecht formuliert, die Situationen die Mütter der Menschen sind.
And if the
Und im Moment
situation
so viele
is the
Situationen
mother of
alltäglich
humans,
einbrechen,
and so many
die dazu
situations
führen,
are
dass man sich
happening
sich
currently,
ständig anders
and humans
fühlt,
have
beschreibt
to
und
always
positionieren
feel
mag,
different
dann
and
möchten wir als
position
ModeratorInnen von diesem
position
Abend
oneself
gerne darauf
differently,
verzichten,
then we would
jetzt eine klassische biografische
like
Identifizierung der
to
SpeakerInnen zu machen
not
und zu sagen, wer hier wer ist, sondern
tell
möchte
everyone
eigentlich
who
einfach
is
nur
who tonight,
mit einer ganz kleinen
but we
Geste
would
dazu
rather
einladen, dass die drei
invite
SpeakerInnen, die wir hier
to
heute Abend hören
listen
werden,
to
das selbst tun,
tonight's speakers,
danach
and we
mit
will
ihnen in ein
have
Gespräch zu
them
kommen.
introduce
Deswegen möchte ich als
themselves and
erstes
then
Tüke
enter
Royal
into a
auf die Bühne
discussion.
bitten,
Tuke
uns,
Royal is going to
ein
be the
bisschen zu
first
erzählen
tonight who
aus seiner
will talk
Perspektive
from his
am
point of
heutigen Abend.
view tonight.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Ich bin Tuke Royal,
My name
ein
is
weißer
Tuke
Mann,
Royal.
Ende 30,
I'm
ich
a
bin
white
klein,
male,
trage eine Glatze und einen Schnurrbart.
almost 40. I'm
Meine Zähne
small.
sind schief, meine
I have
Pronomen
crooked
sind
teeth.
er, ihn.
My
Herzlich
pronouns
willkommen.
are he, him. Welcome.
Irgendwann muss man sich doch mal
At some
treffen.
point, one has to
Als ich für
meet.
diese Keynote zum
When
Thema
I was
Publika,
asked to
Performances
give
und
this
Politik,
keynote on
neue
audience
Zugänge,
performances
neue
and
Gemeinschaften
politics,
angefragt wurde,
approaches, new
war die Welt noch
communities,
eine andere.
the world was still a different place.
Mein aufgeschreckter Wunsch,
My
denken zu wollen,
awakened desire
deckt sich
to
kaum
think
mit den wuchtigen
barely
Hashtags und Obsessionen
works
auf
when
Social Media
seeing
der
all
letzten
these
Tage.
heavy hashtags and obsessions on
Instagram
social media
erscheint mir als
recently.
virtueller
To
Nichtraum,
me,
der die
Instagram
unsozialen
looks like a
Aspekte
virtual
im Angesicht von
non-space
Terror und Tod
that can barely
kaum erfassen
capture
noch
nor
moderieren kann
moderate these
und der zum
antisocial
Trauern
aspects
kaum
rising in the face of terror
ungeeigneter
and
sein
death,
könnte.
and that could hardly be more
Darum bin ich
unsuitable
nahezu
for
erleichtert,
mourning.
dass es mir die nächsten
Therefore,
20
I am almost
Minuten nicht
relieved
gelingen
that I will
wird,
not
auf
be able
Instagram
to witness
etc. zahlloser
on
Posts,
Instagram
Stories,
countless posts,
Zeuge
stories,
zahlloser
and
Posts, Stories und
comments
Kommentare zu
for the
werden,
next 20 minutes.
sondern ich mit euch, liebes
But
Publikum,
instead,
liebe
I will
KollegInnen, reell
be
Raum
able
und
to
Lebenszeit
share a
teilen darf.
real space and time with you, dear audience and dear colleagues.
Ich muss gestehen, ich habe einen Vortrag
I must
noch nie so
confess
häufig und
that
grundlegend in
I've
Frage
never
gestellt
questioned
und
and
verworfen
discarded
wie
a
in der
lecture
Vorbereitung
so
meines
frequently
heutigen
and
Sprechens.
fundamentally as I did. in preparing
Es
today's
hat mit den
speech.
eben umrissenen
And
aktuellen
that's
tragischen
exactly
Ereignissen
because
zu tun,
of these
auf die ich hier
current
nicht genauer
tragic
eingehen
events that I
möchte,
just
aber die ich
outlined,
erwähnen
which
muss,
I do not want to
weil mir das
go into
Schreiben
more
selten so
detail
schwer
here.
fiel und wie
But
es mit dem Sprechen
which I have
geht,
to mention,
das finde ich gerade
because
raus.
writing has rarely been so
Dies
difficult
ist
for me,
mein
and I'm just
dritter
finding out
Entwurf.
right now how speaking may work for me. This
Mein
is my
erster
third
Entwurf,
draft.
gelöscht,
My first draft, which I deleted,
versuchte eine subjektive und um Sachlichkeit bemühte
attempted to give
Einschätzung
my
zu
very
geben,
subjective
wie
assessment.
ich als transdisziplinär arbeitender
How
Künstler die
I, as an
Produktionsbedingungen der
artist
vergangenen Jahre
who
erlebt
works
habe.
across several disciplines, experienced production conditions over
Als
the
ich am
last couple of years.
31. Dezember 2019
When
Als am
on
31.
December
Dezember
31st,
2019 der Ausbruch einer neuen
2019,
Lungenentzündung
a
mit
pneumonia
nach unbekannter Ursache in Wuhan bestätigt wurde, befand ich
which
mich
was
ängstlich in New
unknown in
York.
cause
Im Frühjahr
was
sollte es über
confirmed
mehrere Wochen
in
für eine
Wuhan. I
Recherchereise
was
nach
in New
Beijing
York
gehen,
and I was
die ich bis
anxious.
heute
In
nicht
the following
nachgeholt
spring, I was
habe
supposed to go to
und in ein
Beijing for
distanziertes
several weeks for a
Rechercheverfahren
research
übersetzen
trip.
musste.
I never went up to this day. Instead, I had to
Debütfilm
turn it into a
Neubau,
detached research
ein
process.
zunächst aus freie Szenemitteln
My
gefördertes hybrides
Debütfilm
Projekt zwischen
Neubau
Performance und Film,
that was funded,
das zu einem abendfüllenden Spielfilm führte,
but
der queeres Leben und
turned
ländlichen Raum
into a
nicht als
long
Gegensätze erzählt,
film
premierte Mitte
on
Januar 2020 in
queerness
Saarbrücken.
in rural areas,
Wuhan war
premiered in
einigermaßen weit
Saarbrücken.
weg.
And Wuhan
Im
was
Anschluss an
reasonably
das
far away
Max-Ophüls
from there.
Festival lag das gesamte
After the
Team
Max
krank im Bett
Opels
und
Film
fragte sich,
Festival, our
ob dies
team
nun
was in
Covid-19
bed
sei.
sick, wondering if this was
Eine Woche
COVID-19.
darauf, ich war wieder
A week
gesund,
later,
ging es mit
I had
meinen
recovered
KollegInnen für die Hörspielaufnahmen von The Revolution Will
and
Be
went to the
Injected
studio of
ins Studio des
Deutschlandfunk with my
Deutschlandfunks,
colleagues
wo wir eigene Texte einsprachen,
for
aus Preciados Testo Junkie lasen, eine Tuba in den Stimmbruch schickten und
for
von
a radio
Transitionserfahrung und
play,
freundlicher Verbundenheit sangen.
and we chanted songs of
Ich fuhr bereits
friendly
nicht mehr mit dem
connections.
öffentlichen Nahverkehr, drückte uns
I was
aber die
already no
Daumen,
longer riding
dass wir
public
das Hörspiel zu Ende
transportation,
mischen
and
würden.
I kept my fingers crossed that we
Den
would be able
ersten
to finish mixing the
Lockdown
radio
sehnte ich
play.
nahezu herbei.
I was almost longing for the
Ich hatte
first
bereits
lockdown.
Wochen zuvor Masken aus
I
China
had already
bestellt und
ordered masks from
Desinfektionsmittel
China
besorgt,
weeks before.
was ich mir aus Berichten internationaler
Those
Nachrichtensender
measures I had
abgeschaut
copied
hatte.
from reports on
Es
international
war ein
news
großes
channels.
Glück, dass ausgerechnet zu
It was
dem
very
Zeitpunkt, wo
fortunate
alles
that
runterfuhr
of all
und der Gang
things, at
nach
the time when
draußen
everything was shutting
äußerst
down
reduziert war,
and going outside was
Hörspiel
outside was
selbstverständlich ein
extremely
Format war,
reduced,
das es
radio
zu allen nach Hause
drama
schaffte
was of
und
course a
somit sein
format that made it
Publikum
home to
fand.
everyone and thus found an audience.
Im Herbst
In the
2020
fall of
erlebte Neubau seine
2020,
internationale Premiere
Neubau
in
had its
Lissabon.
international premiere
Ich flog mit
in
2
Lisbon.
KollegInnen zum Festival Queer Lisboa.
I flew to the festival Queer
Aufgrund der
Lisboa
gefährlich
with 2
ansteigenden
colleagues.
Infektionszahlen fielen
Due to the
Q&A und
dangerously
Festivalparty
increasing
aus.
number of
Wir
infections, the Q&A and
standen
festival
Armlänge
party were
Abstand,
cancelled.
nach
We
der
stood
Filmvorführung eine
at
Zigarette
arm's
rauchend
length
vor dem Kino
apart.
und
We smoked
verabschiedeten
cigarettes
uns
outside the
vor der nahenden
movies after the
Sperrstunde in die
screening and said
Hotelzimmer,
our
wo ich allein
goodbyes
ein Bier
just before the
trank und
curfew
kaum eine
and
Ahnung
went
hatte,
off into our
wie das
hotel
gespenstische
rooms where I
Alleinsein zu
drank a
feiern
beer
sei
alone. I
und ich
couldn't
aus den
imagine how
Nachrichten
to
versuchte
celebrate this haunting
herauszulesen,
solitude.
ob mein
And I
Flug
tried
nach
to understand
Berlin
whether my
eingestellt
flight to
wurde.
Berlin would be cancelled.
Der Kinostart von Neubau
The
wurde
movie
zweimal
release of
verschoben.
Neubau was
Eine
postponed
Teampremiere hat
twice.
es nie gegeben.
There was
Doch
never a team
immerhin
premiere,
lief der Film.
but at
Und ich
least
kann mich
the film was
unfassbar
showing,
glücklich
and I can
schätzen,
consider myself
dass Festivals
incredibly lucky
streamten und
that
Q&As
festivals
am Monitor
were
anboten.
streaming and offering Q&As on
Ich
screen.
sehnte mich gleichzeitig stark
At the
nach
same
dem
time,
Erlebnis,
I longed
mich im nach
strongly
Popcorn
for the
duftenden
ability to
Kinosaal
gather
mit
with
anderen zu
others
versammeln.
in a movie theater smelling of popcorn.
So habe ich doch alle Erfindungen, die gemacht wurden, um zueinander zu kommen
I
und keinen
appreciated all the
Infektionsanstieg und Anstecken
inventions
zu
that
riskieren,
enabled us to
ja,
come together
veröffentlichen zu können,
and not
immens
risk an
geschätzt.
increase in infection and contagion, because that meant we were able to publish.
Als Mitunterzeichner von
As a
#ActOut
co-signer
wendeten
of
sich meine
Act Out,
184 KollegInnen und ich
my
uns im SZ-Magazin
184
Anfang
colleagues and I
Februar
addressed the public
2021 an die
in
Öffentlichkeit
Süddeutsche
und
Zeitung
traten für
magazine and
gleichberechtigte
advocated for
Teilhabe in
equal
Film, Fernsehen und
participation in
Theater ein.
film, television, and theaters.
Diese Kampagne fand ein großes
This
Publikum.
campaign found a
Ich schätze, sie
large
ist niemandem
audience.
entgangen.
I
Jedenfalls
don't think it
hatte ich Mühe,
escaped
selbst noch
anyone's
eine
notice.
Süddeutsche Zeitung
At
im
least
Späti
I
zu
personally had
erwischen.
trouble even buying a Süddeutsche Zeitung in the
Der
Späti.
Kampagne zugrunde lag der Eindruck,
The campaign was based on the impression that the audience is hardly overwhelmed by complex and diverse material, and indeed, instead, they were already binging.
Ich bedauere sehr, dass sich vom Vorhaben, Rücksicht zu nehmen auf jene, die Schutz baten,
I find it sad that the plan to show consideration for those who ask for protection was quickly abandoned. Solidarity may be a quick word, but what we need is a good deed. To give something from the unequal abundance of one's own agency. I'll be brief. After the lockdowns, colleagues and audiences with pre-existing conditions, disabilities, and chronic illnesses have been left behind while everyone was rejoicing. Rejoicing in an unfamiliar recourse towards past paradigms. I would have liked them to be able to perform oratory work and be protected. My second draft, yes, deleted as well, was all about trying to fabricate a fairy tale about a once tender cobbler boy who wasn't perceived as a boy for the longest time, but who looked much like the precarious circumstances he ran away from. This anti-heroic journey began in a country that no longer exists. For a long time, this formerly overlooked cobbler boy who had grown into a young man wanted to believe in equality between people. How foolish. I may say so, for I have a resemblance to that foolish boy. In any case, he was frightened by the unequal conditions after he left and mastered his life and did not become a cobbler, but studied and aspired to the arts. But for the time being, swept laboratories, hung up coats, tore down tickets, and restocked shelves. And in the end, he worked solely as an artist and had to make ends meet more than once, but it worked. He almost never had to sweep out the laboratories, hang up coats, tear off tickets, and restock shelves anymore. He didn't have much, but he had achieved something. Only one day, he found out that some of his freelance colleagues were hiding a fortune under their pallet beds, and they mysteriously meant something else entirely when they said, "I'm broke right now." I wanted to read this and more to you, but then I was afraid of losing my respect for myself if I were to speak sarcastically like this. And so I deleted that draft too and sat down in front of a blank document. And then I watched the news again, and then I made the mistake of going on Instagram again, and then I somehow managed to put down on paper this week a question that's been in my head. How can, in theater, a human be a human amongst human? Maybe it's like in any other situation in life. The only thing that helps is devotion. Include each other, feel included, and be included. To assure each other the space necessary to be able to conduct. Who are the audiences of the future? How do we reach those we're missing? Or how do we reach those we're missing? That's today's question. If I pick apart that last question, I could also read it as, there are some people that are grouped together and are obviously not present when it comes to specific performances. Surely the question should not be, how can I make someone feel included, but rather, how can I include someone? How is the part that is included missing? Why don't they finally enter, present themselves, and enjoy the performance, and like me and promise to come again? It's highly suspicious to me what the logical implications of such a question are. I do not dare to think people in units, which happens. I am working on breaking down these inherited ideas. If I think back on how my movie was produced, I remember discussing whether Stonewall Uckermark could work between Berlin and the Uckermark. And our cooperation helped us transport 60 people with gay motor boys. We stopped at a guest house where Andersartigkeit e.V. talked about their activism to us. We loved bathing in a lake that felt so safe and much safer than many other spaces. And yet, there were questions. The question was whether Brandenburg was safe for queers, whether the cars would be problematic, whether the urban citizens that we were allowed to come to rural locations like that. I am from East Germany and I love the Uckermark, and I have friendship and relationships there. I am interested in people of all ages, and I love a fair dissent, and I love to try to understand one another. It's not about a dispute, but it is more about figuring out what to do together. There's a circle of support and helping one another. Mourning when someone else lost a family member. And then we also talk about what it feels like to have come to that rural area when you weren't born there. And now I also had an audience in the Uckermark that watched my film Neubau. And as it is inherent to friendships, things that are exchanged are hardly ever submitted to work, but they remain confidential. That is not sad, but a handshaking reassurance. At least that's what I'd like to continue to hope. So my art can still fail because of aesthetic translation and blurring of content, but hopefully never because of a lack of integrity. At least that's how I understand my responsible mandate, to work artistically for an audience. And I try to be human in that and offer friendships along the way. Friendship helps to overcome dissent. Not everything has to be looked at as equal, but trying to repeat and connect and stay connected is something that I find necessary. Possibly love one another and not escape one another. I would like to thank the fund for their ideas, for their funding over the past years that a lot of colleagues benefited from. I did too. And in consequence, the B.A.L.L. is trying to invite everyone and include everyone. Thank you for that. Because yes, I understand the question of new communities also as one that strives to form political majorities and become aware of each other, to make themselves human,
to be human. Yes, I agree. That's the only thing I would advise at the moment, to ask each other something specific of which you don't yet know the answer.
Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank, Tüke.
Thank you.
And I just
Tüke.
go right into inviting and welcoming Scotty on the stage. Please.
This feels very risky with this in this economy, you know? No, it's fine. I'll do it. Fine. Hello. Hello. Thank you so much. Now, the moderator said to me, before you start, you could tell people how you're feeling. Now, I left my house in the north of England at 5 a.m. and there was a red warning weather for a storm, which I took off from by plane and bounced the whole way here. And then the car that they picked me up in broke down on the highway. True story. And then I arrived in this building, and I'm now put on this stage. So I can tell you how I'm feeling. I can't wait for a glass of wine. That's where I'm at. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you for welcoming me and lending me your time and welcoming me here. Actually, I really genuinely mean that. Everybody I've encountered has been so welcoming, so thank you. And I just want to describe myself, because why not? I am great. I am fat. I'm about 6 foot. I'm wearing a beautiful black corduroy suit. But the weather that I brought with me has destroyed my shoes. Artists are workers, the institutions are factories, and we are all working for the wrong people. My name is Scotty. I'm fat, I'm queer, I'm working class, I'm autistic, I'm neurodiverse, and the thing I'm most embarrassed about is the fact that I live and work in England. When I'm working in Central Europe and I disclose that I live in the UK, it's very easy for me to feel like I should start with an apology. Embarrassment at what the English government currently represents. But I take great pride in the fact that my family are Irish. My grandparents were migrant workers, and I'm proud to be an EU citizen. The actions of the government I live under do not act in my name. And I raised this at the very start of our interaction with each other, not because I'm a nationalist, but something I want us to acknowledge in this gathering is whoever is responsible for paying for this, or more directly, whoever thinks they're responsible for paying for this, those in power, those with power, we are not representatives of them, of any government, be that local or national. In fact, our aim, I believe, should be to act as representatives and facilitators of our audiences, and by which I mean our communities. And I'm going to try to unpack that a little bit later. This will be a very quick flyby of my ethics, working practices, and beliefs. There isn't time to unpack all of these ideas that I'm about to present to you, but I will do my best to be concise and impart as much food for thought as possible. I do, however, want to let you know that you are unlikely to learn anything new from your time with me. Might not change your world. Might not change your thinking. I'm just an artist. One voice, one person with some ideas. Hopefully some things that you might take away. But that expectation that I might be here to change your mind or tell you something that you don't know, not going to happen. So please, before I get going, please lower your expectations. feel like they're still really high in the room. So if you could all just bring those expectations just about, probably about here. Lovely. Also, good to know, just because this is actually an artist talk, so I'm going to talk a lot about myself. And I'm going to say things like I'm very certain about them, like I know, like it's law, but I don't. I'm just thinking aloud for money. If you are compelled by some of the practices or the ideas that I'm going to talk to you about today, or some of the things that I've made, or you want to see some images or some videos, well, Google me, okay? Lovely, beautiful. Please, don't be lazy, use the internet, that's what it's there for. Find the information for yourself, because actually that would take me a very long time. So, I'm going to ask of myself and of you some questions that you might not want to be asked, because that might ask us to rethink some of the ways that we operate and who we serve. This might poke at us. If we get bored or defensive, that's fine. It isn't school, it isn't compulsory. You don't have to be here to sit and listen. You can disagree with what I've got to say or my current thinking. However, if you could do this quietly, because I have actually got quite a lot to say in a very short amount of time to say it in, so disagree with me in a very small way. Thank you. Just to reiterate, these are just my thoughts and observations. I'm not married to them, and they come from a UK context. And if you see me over the next few days and you want to convince me otherwise, please do. Come and say hello. You know, let's have a chat with each other. So, to start, I want to start by understanding who it is I am talking to. So, I'm going to start with a show of hands from you. Please raise your hands if you have a cat or cats. Oh, wow. Not very cat-loving audience. Okay. Great, me too. Ah, look. Aren't they the best? Aren't they glorious? This is Yaki. And this is Sashi. And like every cat owner, I think my cats are the best looking cats in the whole entire world. Okay? Just saying that. They are my children, so I won't have any form of critique about them. And at various points during this talk, if I feel it's getting a bit awkward in the room, I'm going to show you pictures of my cats, just to take the edge off a little bit. Okay? Is that all right? Lovely. Okay. Next question. Please raise your hands if you are in a full-time position at an institution, theatre, gallery, company, funder, organisation. Oh, a fair few of you. Look at you all working for the institutions. Now, keep those hands up if within that institution you've ever worked without a salary. Without a salary. Okay. Great. Lovely. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're an artist. Loads more people. Hello. Now keep your hand up in the air, artists, if you've ever been asked to work for free. Yeah, the sigh. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. I just wanted to do this because I just wanted us to acknowledge the position in which we start from in our industry. And if we are talking about labor, I think we must acknowledge who is paid and who is continually asked to provide free labor. In the UK, according to Arts Council England data, the average artist makes £6,000, that's about €7,000 a year from their practice. So a question for everybody. Please raise your hands if you think the arts here or in your location serves its audience very well, and everyone is included and they have a say. Right. Okay. So I'm going to return to some of this a bit later and how we might address some of these things. But first, I want to talk about myself. An introduction to my practice or an introduction to my labor. Here are the things that I've done, so-called as an artist, for money. I painted the faces of bankers, I've wore ski suits at an office Christmas party, I've sung 90s pop songs for staff of Hugo Boss, I've thrown glitter at people in a nightclub, I've ate cake, I've worn adult baby costumes, I've given a talk to a room full of 15 people who clearly weren't interested in anything I had to say. I played records in a department store on a 16-foot ladder, I pretended to be a nurse in an NHS training video, I became a youth worker promoting environmental issues to teenagers, I DJ'd, I wore newspaper in nightclubs, I spat milkshake at audiences, I vomited red wine until a doctor said, you probably shouldn't do that. I had bottles thrown at me at music festivals, I've swallowed balloons, sold my mates costumes, I threw up at Rihanna on the X Factor, I ran nightclubs so that my friends could get trashed, I asked to see people's genitals in the toilets of a nightclub called Ducky. I poured pints, I sold tickets for West End musicals, I copied other people, I got drunk, I still walked around department stores for Christmas promotion. I sold badges with my face on, I sold a lot of things with my face on actually. I poured vats of food over myself, I've impersonated Divine, Lee Bowery and Liza Minnelli. Who else can say they've done all three? Exactly. Thank you. I flipped burgers at fun fairs, I've bossed people around, I've submitted many applications for funding, I've become a director, I pretended to be from New York for 4 days at Glastonbury. I sung, I wrote, I danced, I spat, I invented shows that people would pay to see, I've invented shows that people really didn't want to see, and I've dealt with a lot of rejection. I've cried, and I thought a lot about quitting. Who knew? Thanks for my CV. A round of applause there. So things that I do now to survive as an artist. I am a theatre maker, a director, a dramaturg. In performance, I work across opera, theatre, live art and circus. I'm a writer. I write for stage, screen and audio. I'm an audio maker. I make podcasts, radio programs and experimental audio. I'm a yoga teacher. Recently just got my 200 hours accreditation. Thank you very much. I share and lead practice with queer, fat, neurodiverse people. I am a mentor. I support artists at the start of their career to help achieve their goals. I'm an activist. I create content, make work, organize community on mental health, queer politics, and class. I charge people for my time, my skill set, and labor. And in 10 years, I've made 4 autobiographical stage shows, 1 dance show, 3 books, 2 almanacs, 3 radio series, 10 podcast series, 15 cabaret shows, 2 operas, 2 circus shows, 2 gallery shows, 14 community projects, 17 online projects, 8 residencies, 13 tours, and 120 artworks. And I've become my own factory in order to survive. And last year, as a result of the pressure I was under to succeed, make work, write applications, pay people's wages, devise new ideas, write applications, make work, tour work, pay people's wages, write copy, market shows, social media, write applications, tour work, rejection, rejection, rejection. I broke. And I was diagnosed as clinically mad, and my work fell apart. So surviving as an artist can mean that we often don't survive as a person. And I just want to repeat that. Surviving as an artist can often mean we don't survive as a person. Feels like a good moment for that. I think it's important that although demanding and dealing with increasing workload, workers within big institutions in Northern Europe are often contained to one department, one role: producing, technical, marketing, curation. An artist, well, artists are expected to be all things to all departments within all institutions that they are working with, to be able to quickly adhere to their structures, to have all the answers, the skills, the languages and resources to demand actions. And it is for this reason why many artists in the UK and Ireland are currently experiencing burnout, fatigue, mental health presentations, leaving the sector and struggling to live up to the expectation our industry puts on them. Working as an artist within this industry can often be at detriment to your mental health and well-being. In the UK, our COVID strategy, our money, ended 2 years ago. Things have quickly become far worse than they were pre-COVID. So, I think if things are so bad, if it's so difficult, why do we do it? Why do I do it? They're so good, aren't they? I can't get away from them. Why do I make work? I don't know. No idea. But what keeps me in this industry? Why am I working in an industry that underpays me, expects free labor, serves few, compromises my politics, and then encourages a culture of critics and audiences to pull about my personality, pull it apart so they could sell more tickets? A culture that bases my value, my individual value, on the success of the last thing I made. But in all honesty, why do I do it? I guess it's the only thing I know how to do. It's the only way I know how to articulate myself. It gives me a massive platform to directly speak to people, allowing me to have quite confronting conversations with people I don't particularly like or people whose viewpoint I want to change, as well as giving me the space and materials to curate softness for the people I care for. And this is what I like to call the comfort and confronting model, which I'll come on to a bit later. Whenever I'm at the start of a new project, a new thought, at the very forefront of my mind is, who am I making for? This is something I'd like to encourage us all to do, artist, worker, institution, or funder. Who is it that you're hoping to reach, talk to, facilitate, motivate, or mobilize? I am the product of artists and institutions leading with this question. I was removed from education when I was 14. I never went back into education. I come from a poor family. No one in my family has gone to university. No one still has. We are what in the UK people call common, working class, living on an estate, state-funded housing, and in an area of low life expectancy. Organizations and individuals and artists invested their time in me over the first decade of my informal training because they led with this question. Who are we making for? Who is important to us? Who do we want the next generation of artists to be? How do we want them to be in our sector? How do we want to support them? They kept on asking questions before they acted. And in doing so, they created the environment that gave me skills to offer me massive life transformations. Many of the people that I grew up with are now dead or in prison. Through artists' investment in me, because they asked these questions, through the labor and determination, hand on heart, I can tell you, I could be living proof that the arts can be a space that offers much more than just a show. Those makers, those artists, those institutions didn't start with, I want to make a show. They started with, who do we want to support? How do we want to do that? So when we talk about audiences over this weekend and our commitment to them, I'm not thinking about passivity. I'm not thinking about people sat watching, looking, clapping. I'm thinking about future artists, future artistic directors, future politicians, future thinkers, future egalitarians, people whose viewpoint and life and politics might just be affected by our labor, our politics, and our ethics. Audiences. They're at the forefront of a lot of my decision making. And because of this, I have a really clear idea of who I'm aiming to serve and who I'm hoping to challenge. When I teach or run workshops for artists, and I ask them this question about who do you want your audiences to be, they always tell me, everyone. We want everyone to be our audiences, which is just so lazy. And also it's like pretending to be inclusive. This everyone isn't going to help you or them. You need to be less democratic and think far more strategically about who you're making for. Within my practice, all of my work can roughly come under two different groups: comforting and confronting. Work which is about community holding, building, dissipation, recognition, comforting. Work which is direct address, speaking to the privileged, truth to power, confronting. I want to briefly introduce you to 4 pieces of work that I've made in the last decade that explore this concept of comforting and confronting. Fat Blokes. This is a sort of dance show for anybody who's ever worried about the way that they looked, which is probably a lot of us who are living under late capitalism. I gathered 5 fat queer strangers who I met via the internet, and we made a contemporary dance show that toured for 5 years. And we've never yet not had a standing ovation for it, because it's something that through the gauze of fatness we can all relate to. This is a comforting project. It allows people to be with each other and see themselves. You can look at that hashtag if you want to find out more information about that show. The Faggots and Their Friends, its full title, The Faggots and Their Friends Between Revolutions, an opera just made in the last year, but had been developing it through lockdown with the two makers. It's an adaptation of Larry Mitchell's book about queerness, capitalism, male dominance, and intersectionality. And it was made for European opera houses. It was just last up against, and then Axe Festival, and it's going to a big music festival in the UK. It's a confronting piece of work because we know those audiences don't want to understand our existence or our stories, let alone acknowledge capitalism. After the Tone. This is an intergenerational cross-global queer thing that happened that I'm responsible for with my friend Debbie. It's a podcast. It's largely people talking about how they feel alienated from the world, the last time they killed a bird, when the last time they shat themselves in public was, and other intimate moments that they want to share with other queer, neurodiverse people. It's actually more entertaining than it sounds. Class. This was my one-person show, the one that I think broke me. I share the stories of growing up in poverty. It's marketed as a comedy show for middle-class people. They all come because they know what they want to see. They want to see me bleed and cry. And they get that, but in return, I show them a wall of mirrors and ask them, why did they come into the space? What is it that they want to hear about working-class people's suffering that cheers them up so much? This is a confronting piece of work. So who do you want to confront? Who do you want to comfort? So something I want us to think about when we're thinking about this relationship with audiences is not to see them as this one body, this like one mass of people, this one group of people, okay? Instead, I want you to consider who is it that you want to confront, who is it that you want to comfort. When we start with ideas like this, thinking of impetus instead of, I've got this really amazing idea, then I think our work, I believe, is far more productive and effective. And if we are to make the intention to create with that, I think we serve our audiences much better. Art ego. I believe in order to make work that has tangible meaning, effect, and outcome that is truly transformative, then it is imperative that you sit with your politics and your ego and ask who is steering the ship. To retain the ground that I think we've all gained with audiences, to build upon successes, and to effect social and political change for the future, we need to stop creating work with post-rational ethics. And by which I mean we need to stop applying the ambition of the work post-rationally, after the work is taking place. This approach to be for everyone, and I don't know what the work is about yet, means nothing. It makes our work ethereal. It's light of touch. It makes it feel magical. It's my belief we need to be acting far more strategically in a Europe that is increasingly leading towards the far right. When we abandon our ego and choose to create from the position of co-collaboration whilst interrogating arts capitalism, we are able to understand better how we might overcome the supremacies. And whilst doing it, improve our working conditions within the arts ecology. Arts capitalism. We have to move away from this idea that we are all against capitalism because we don't really mean it, okay? We work within capitalism, our buildings and our funding is generated by capital. We are late capitalists. We cannot be against capitalism while sharing our project on Instagram on our iPhones whilst wearing an outfit from ASOS. Okay? It's just not a thing that we're able to do. But obviously that doesn't mean I'm saying to you, go buy everything, take everything, you must. We can be critical of capitalism, for sure. And we must do our best to be conscious consumers. But we are all compromised under capitalism, and we do have to exist within it. So to understand how capitalism affects us in the arts is to be more aware of our position in the ecology and ultimately to understand the struggles our audiences face as well. Artists are workers. It is easy when you're artists to get pulled along with the belief that you are at the epicenter of creativity. Important. Spoiler, you're not. We're just workers. And if I'm going to be brutally honest, within the arts economy, we're exploited workers. Once we've interrogated our ego, led with the questions and not the idea, worked out who to confront and who to comfort, called out any expectation of free labor, it's important to acknowledge the fact that we are workers and not messiahs. You are not that valuable to the institution. In fact, we are a commodity. Now look, I'm not saying this in an attempt to destroy your identity, although if you're confronted by the idea that you're not a messiah, then maybe this could be your ego talking. The mystification of artists endorsed and enforced by the institution is a device used to unquantify and unqualify our labor. Once we recognize ourselves as workers, recognize ourselves and the hours that we work, the conditions that we work within, when we break down how much we've worked and how much for, only then can we advocate for better working conditions for ourselves. Only then can we demand more, unionize, and, if needs be, withdraw our labor. By doing this, we are living by the standards that we are setting out within our work, especially those who are making engaged work with communities, participants, and audiences. And this is a trade unionist approach of making, and it will make our working practices more ethical. Creating change within our economies and how we enact them will in turn create better, more ambitious, more rigorous work that is far removed from the exploitative practices that are so common within our industry, allowing us to better serve our communities and with enough room and capital to be truly radical. The institutions are businesses. As we recognize ourselves in the art ecology, we must recognize the institutions. And for a long time in the UK, institutions have masked themselves as the disadvantaged, well-meaning, but just trying to do their best. And in doing their best, they've managed to keep themselves afloat. The institution's ambition is to ensure the institution survives, not you. In the UK, much of the public arts spending is pushed into well-established, well-funded institutions, largely because of the buildings that they're housed in. And this is what I like to call architectural romanticism, which, to my mind, these buildings should operate like tourist attractions and not dwindle arts funding just because we like the building. I think artists, particularly in England, seem to believe that producers and programmers within institutions are against them. And I think, like most workers, they are also overworked and they are compromised. And they are also working against an institutional system. However, many of those in big institutions have salaried positions and enjoy the luxury of regular employment, working privileges, employment law, wages, pension, security, colleagues, systems, holiday pay, sick pay, the list goes on. Artists have very little legal or employment support to support them. They're self-employed, self-generating, and we know often the least paid in the arts ecology. However, without us, without makers and creators and practitioners, there is no arts economy. The myth about money. Institutions in the UK, I don't know if it's the same here, often lead with, we don't have any money but. Our budgets have been spent but. They perpetuate this narrative that there isn't any money, and it's not true. There is enough money to pay massive staff teams, marketing campaigns, printing, and hospitality. Many institutions have philanthropic donations in receipt of charitable fundraising and have people in their organizations dedicated to writing these bids. The distribution of their funding is just poorly exercised, meaning art and the artist, the reason how the money is generated in the first place, is rarely distributed proportionately or fairly. If they tell you there's no money, they're lying. So audiences, I just want to come back to them. With all of these thoughts that I've been offloading, I think it's really important not to only think of the arts economy, the reasoning of making the politic, the action, and the comfort, but to remember where much of our, and by our, I mean in the UK, where much of our money, public funding for the arts comes from. It's generated by taxation. Funding generated by taxation is rarely reflected in those who benefit from it. Our work should be much better at benefiting those who create the taxation of our economy, by which I mean it is the working classes who pay the most money into the system, and they are often the least represented on our stages or in our audiences. Buildings create barriers, our interventions often reinforce them. With this in mind, we mustn't copy or replicate the models in which we're working with. And importantly, we must start withdrawing our work and our labor from exploitative institutions. When we collaborate them, we prop them up, and we further endorse their practices. And without us, there is no culture. And I know that is hard, but we have demonstrated that it was possible. Lockdowns across Europe created a semi-democratic work practice. The artists for a short period of time were centered within action, and our Zoom accounts became our own institutions, and we decided how these might operate and how we might run these spaces. As institutions lay empty, they suddenly realized their worth. Slowly, institutions began co-opting us in the UK with their platforms and their logos, and they promised change. We were promised a new way of working in the UK. Lessons had been learnt, and the buildings realized their place. But 2 years in the future, I can tell you, it's much more difficult now than it was then. We were promised the change was here to stay. We must decentralize institutional behavior in order to free ourselves and free our audiences. In some ways, it is a bit like us against them. We just need to work out who is on our side. So that's it. I told you wouldn't learn anything new. There would be nothing helpful from me. I just thought maybe it could be quite useful if I set out my shop and put the bullshit on the table and just lay out all the questions that I might have. And actually, feel quite good for doing it. But I do have a lot of fucking questions left in my head. So the questions for the room I'm going to leave are, who is your audience? Who are you making for? Who do you serve? Who are you confronting? Who are you comforting? Why are you making it? Will your community benefit from this? Does this work encourage change? Who have I forgotten? Who are not here? Who isn't programmed? Who isn't at the table? Who isn't in the room? Who isn't in the house? What value do we place on engaged work? What value do I place on engaged work? What is the need for art to be good? Can the work be bad but the effect be good? Who are you allowing to be an artist? Do you struggle with being an artist? Who is your boss? Who are you holding power over? Who is paying your wages? How are you compromised? Are you a capitalist? Are you a socialist? Are you an egalitarian? Does the institution care for you? Will the institution stand by you? Are your politics aligned with the institution? Is the institution serving you? How much do the sandwiches cost? I think it's a really important question. Are you able to use the toilets? Are you able to access the space? Do you fit in the chairs? Is everyone in the foyer white? Are your politics aligned with your collaborators? How much do the sandwiches cost? I told you it's a really fucking important question. How much are the tickets? Who is holding the power? Does the work speak to you? Are you there because you want to be? How are you distributing the power? How are you distributing the wealth? Are you part of the problem? Are you creating the solution? Are you endorsing, supporting and financing the institution? Is there a need for this action? Is it good use of public funds? Are you paid well? Are you paid enough? Are you paid, or are you working for free? Are you an artist, or are you in fact a volunteer? Are you an egalitarian? Are you happy? Are you cared for? Are you caring for yourself? Do you have someone you can share with? Are you able to reach out to a colleague? Are you willing to be kinder? Are you a nice person? And how much do the fucking sandwiches cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Scotty, for sharing. Die dritte Person, die ich auf die Bühne bitten möchte, ist Katharina Wader.
The third person I would like to ask on stage is Katharina Wader, and I hand the floor to you. I will not introduce myself because a lot of this is in my text, but with my work, I try to bridge the gap, try to create exchange between my work as a scientist and an author. And I am an author in text, audio, and film. And before I start, I would like to warn you of the content that is following. And in my work, I give a lot of metaphors that are based on a film, a science fiction film that was important to me. But these metaphors and pictures that I'm describing are working strongly with extreme masculinity, with war, with terrorists. And I hope that this does not trigger other emotions and pictures because of our current situation that we're living in. Witness me, or who is the who is who of seeing and being seen. 2005, in the midst of my smart study classmates. Question: if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, did it happen? I often heard this question from extra smart fellow students during my time at university. Yes, fellow male students. Actually, always men ask me that. This is philosophy, Katharina. If nobody hears the sound, does it exist then? My answer was always simple and rather a question: why should it not? My fellow students always answered back, that is philosophy, Katharina. Don't you understand that? To be quite honest, no, I didn't understand. Why should something not exist just because no one sees it, hears it, perceives it? I did not understand it for many years. I got a hang of it in 2015 in the movie theaters. Witness me. Waterboy shouts into the camera. Waterboy is a fictional character in the dystopian sci-fi sequel Mad Max Fury Road. The post-apocalyptic film series Mad Max first saw the light of cinema screens in 1979. Mel Gibson was in the lead role, and it has cult status today. In 2015, the fourth part came to the cinema. A few years later, it was on Netflix. Fury Road, this time with a stable cast of women and Charlize Theron in the lead role. Theron in the role of Furiosa drives a truck through the post-apocalyptic desert into which the world has turned, and with her a group of women whom she helps escape from the patriarchal ruler of the world, the warlord Immortan Joe. The warlord has enslaved them as his birthing wives and decides existential water rations for the rest of the world in the post-apocalyptic desert climate. His all-male soldiers are after Furiosa and the Fleeing Wives. They race through the deserts in their truck with a colossus of futuristic war machines behind them. The whole world in the movie is full of automobiles, cars, machines, phallic symbols and gestures, heavy metal music, and patriarchal masculinity rituals. One of them is introduced to the audience through Waterboy in order to defend his kingdom of patriarchy and preserve the old order. He, as a simple soldier, attempts a suicide attack on the fleeing wives. During the action-packed chase, which the film is made up of by at least 90%, Waterboy jumps from one armored chase car to the next and tries to set off an explosion. Before he jumps, there are tears in his shining eyes. Today's his lucky day, he sobs. He gets to die for his country in the middle of a war. As part of the ritual, he sprays chrome-colored paint into his mouth, jumps, and becomes part of the next machine. Meanwhile, he shouts to the other soldiers, "Witness me." He actually shouts, "I won't." They echo in an equally screaming chorus, "Witness me." But the ritual goes wrong. Waterboy survives and is mentally completely done. Everything would have been perfect, the heroic death before the eyes of his soldiers and generals, and on the other side, the waiting Valhalla, but the honor is denied because he survives, and the film continues. Other soldiers repeat this ritual, which works the same way every time. Heavy cars, chrome paint, "Witness me," heroic death in the eyes of their companions, Valhalla. Waterboy has a less happy day. He is captured by the women during his action and continues in their truck. At some point, he almost dies in the course of this chase, but no one sees it. None of the other men become witnesses. So completely pointless and not real. This ritual bizarrely borrows suicide bombings, warriors, and other martyr suicides of our world. These very masculine death based on an idea of heroic soldiering in which a man sacrifices himself for the goal of other men, killing the perceived enemy. His gift is glory and honor in the afterlife. Or, more specifically in the film Fury Road, it's Valhalla, Odin's afterworld, where only warriors who die gloriously in a battle come and brawl, drink, and sing as heroes of the world for eternity. While in the world of the living, they're eternally remembered and their exploits are sung about and celebrated. This ritual begins when the warrior sprays chrome paint into his mouth. Chrome paint elevates the man to the status of a divine warrior and thus to that of a real man. But the important thing about this ritual, and this is made clear by Waterboy's repeated failure, is not the chrome paint or the sacrifice for a supposedly heroic goal. This isn't really about putting the fight for a good world above your own life. It is about being seen doing a supposed heroic deed. Only the look of the other, the witnessing, "Witness me." Only this makes the man a real man, an eternal warrior. In other words, it's unimaginable that a tree falls in the forest, nobody hears it, and the tree actually fell. "Witness me" was what was lacking. Even more, in Fury Road, it becomes very clear that for "witness me," not just any look is enough. It needs the correct, the right look, the right witness. And in the post-apocalyptic dystopian patriarchy, which Fury Road is, that is the man who in turn makes another man the right man with his look, because in the world of Fury Road, there are very clear roles
And in it, men are warriors and women are there for reproductions. So classically attractive women bear offspring exclusively for the ruling warlord. And less attractive or older women aren't seen by anyone. They are enslaved and hidden behind walls. The rest of the warriors are cogs in the wheel. Only through their heroic death and effectuous promise of salvation can they prove themselves. Witness me assures that no tree falls in the forest for no reason. Infuriate, trees only fall when they're seen. Everything else just never happened. The right act at the right moment for the right eyes, which in turn make it the right act. It's a perpetuum mobile. Maybe it was because of my look, my gaze, that I never really understood. My look, which just wasn't the right one. Maybe it was my world of experience, which naturally consisted of not being seen, being invisible, being at most an object, not a subject in the eyes of others. Namely, my world of experience as a woman, as an East German woman, as a black East German woman, and as a black East German woman from the lower class, not the working class, with all its stereotypes that you have about us, and which are therefore a reality. Hartz IV, long-term unemployment, watching TV all day, sending kids out for cigarettes and booze, lower class. Just me and my family. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that I didn't understand that you don't exist if you're not seen, because as a black East German woman from the lower class, I existed for me and only for me, not in the media, not in art, not in the eyes of others. And for me as a black East German woman from the lower class, it took a very long and rocky road to get out of at least one of these categories, specifically to get out of the lower class. Into a more educated part of society. We can find this in different parts of our society, not only in the form of hero cults. We live in social relationships of dominance and power that are not all that different in logic from those in Mad Max. As children, we depend on being seen by our parents and caretakers. As adults, we operate in a world of inclusion and exclusion. We live in a patriarchy where the man is the normal as long as he presses himself into the corset of his social role, and the woman is the other. In her image and at her side, the man, if he is a real man, he can shine before other men and be seen and prove himself. Other genders or sexual approaches do not exist. Or maybe they do, but only as long as they are fought for and made visible by their subjects in a very difficult way. As a woman, I do not exist, and as an East German, I certainly do not exist. For at least 30 years, stereotypes have existed at most about East Germans, which were and are formed by a Western view. If one believes media narratives, still today the East German is a human moral joke figure, right-wing extremist, bomb jackets, fat neck combat boots, and of course male, and in any case white. You haven't really, no one has ever really seen black East Germans, black Germans in general automatically have West German biographies in public discourses. Both together, black and East German do not exist. If one speaks about Germans, i.e. the West Germans, you hear things like world champions, Christians, and preferably white.
for even the few black perspectives and perspectives of color, mostly with West German biographies, do not have it easy in the public eye. They try to show that the witnessing gaze of the white German dominant society does not name what exists, but that it has created a world for itself that actually does not exist and never did. Because no matter how often Friedrich Merz, as the white savior of the world and gleefully received by the media, claims about German small and medium-sized towns like Labore and Apolda, this is not Berlin-Kreuzberg, this is Germany, and thus Kreuzberg is demonized as a symbol of diversity and marked as something foreign.
Kann man über andere Perspektiven genau das Gegenteil sehen, nämlich das vielfältiges und auch schwarzes Leben.
Through other perspectives, one can see the exact opposite. That various and also black life is to be led back to at least the Middle Ages in today's Germany. And a lot of old white men are more concerned about being called old white men than about racist terms. And because of their position, they can shout loudly, "Witness me." And a lot of the world out there will look at them, will witness them. I had said that I did not realize for a long time that I do not exist at all in my identity. It wasn't German philosophy at the universities that made this clear to me, but it was films like Fury Road, in which the failed warrior waterboy finally gets to know another world in captivity of women and undergoes a characteristic development. He ends his life with the only meaning available to him, with the words, "Witness me," but now he means something completely different when saying them. Instead of masculine, heroic action, he asks one of the wives and us as the audience to see him beyond his role and thus societal relations of dominance. His last look reveals that there is no Valhalla waiting for him. But even more than Fury Road, all these sneezy stories and their narrators have made very clear to me what it takes to exist and why identities like mine and so many others seem to not exist in the social view. These stories, I did not find them in my studies or on the stages of a public cultural program. Rather, I had to see, I had to witness selectively, and I share that with the world. These stories, in turn, moved me to share my personal story in order to become visible and to exist in the eyes of others. Art, theater, performance are incredibly important tools for visibility. And in this, they're always political, no matter what they talk about, in which form or for which audience. If theater does not actively produce inclusions, then it automatically excludes. If it doesn't make visible, it automatically makes invisible. If it tells the story that doesn't belong, it makes the people behind it invisible. If theater doesn't want to scare away the regular audience, as I often hear, it leads to the fact that only certain people are seen, the same positions are always heard, and only standardized bodies are present. And yet the performing arts have so much power. So why don't we make the so-called regular audience witness something different?
und sich schon lange eigene Räume schafft,
we can make them witness a whole world that has long existed out there beyond their gaze and has long created its own spaces to be seen. Today, in 2023, 8 years after the philosophical question about fallen trees at the beginning of my studies, my answer has changed. I believe we need the gaze of others. We need to exist in the gaze of others. We need community and its visibility. We need a legacy, or maybe many legacies, of invisible stories. But that's still a bilateral act of seeing and being seen. It's not enough to tell, to stage, to perform, if no one sees it or if no one hears it. We need an audience of witnesses, but we should not wait for it. We cannot wait for it. We don't want to wait for it. Just as the story needs to be heard, a regular audience needs the same old stories to remain the same old regular audience.
Das Theater, seine Politik und seine Zugänge werden fortwährend dazwischen verhandelt, also zwischen Publikum und
Theaters, policies and approaches are continually negotiated between artists and audiences. If we don't change anything, the old is always recreated. And from a sociological point of view, that's just as power-consuming as producing a change. For in closing access, in actively closing our eyes and our minds, we close ourselves off to a whole new blossoming world of other stories, perspectives, experiences, and narratives that could sweep us away and change us.
halte ich mir doch von früher fest.
But what I hold on to from the past is the following. If a tree falls in the forest and no one sees or hears it, then it exists according to my experience. Its fall has merely escaped the eyes of the public.
Thank you so much, Katharina Warda. Thank you to Toke Royal.
Sehr gut. Dankeschön. Thank you very much, Scotty.
And thank you, Scotty.
Dürfen wir euch noch einmal jetzt hier
May we ask you to come on stage together? Would you come and sit on the free chairs? Because as you said, Toke, it is important to ask questions without knowing the answer beforehand. We only have a couple of minutes left, but we would love to use those 10 minutes to give you the opportunity to ask questions. Yes, the audience has the opportunity to ask questions. So, who would like to spontaneously be courageous and ask questions? Who would like to ask a question? I cannot see anyone raising their hands. I think. Okay, I think everybody is just letting it sink in. That's a possibility. Allow me to ask a question. So I'll try to ask a question that I direct at all of you. Do you have any wishes or concrete ideas about spaces, practices, or both that are required in order to ask certain questions to which you don't know the answers yet? No, I actually want to know this very concretely. Which forms, which spaces, which practices do you try to create with your work in order to for the perspectives to have a space so that the trees don't fall unnoticed in the forest. Or confronting and comforting. How do you create a space where this is possible? What are the practices or spaces do you search yourself and do you try to create?
You need to stop talking so this person can catch up.
I think you got it all. You got it. I'm going to get started. We can also do something else. I mean, I'm trying to do something. No, I'm going to get started, says Katharina. Something that I always try to do as an author, as a filmmaker, as an audio producer, sometimes, I always try to tell stories that are usually not seen, not heard. And I can give you an example. I'm currently working on a film about the story of my father, a story that I don't know myself. I'm still exploring and finding out, but the reason why is political. My dad is from South Africa. He was in the ANC, in the anti-apartheid movement, in the GDR, and the Federal Republic supported the apartheid system while the GDR was against it. And those are political situations that nobody talks about. And also, I mean, the political responsibility of Germany in South Africa, in the southern Africa. And those are things people who were hiding in the underground, in the GDR, for example, and who lived a sort of double life because of, them being of the wrong side of politics. And I'm trying to find out more about these stories, because the stories didn't accidentally disappear. Those are stories that are uncomfortable, that question things that we believe are self-evident and question dominance relationships. And I believe that one big part of a privilege is being comfortable and getting rid of those stories. And I think I manage, because it is a very narrow channel that I work with, very narrow scope. I'm working about the GDR, I work about racism, etc. So this is how I'm able to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm going to just do this because it's a bit disorientating. I'd love to thank you for, within your offering, I felt a sadness, when I was listening to myself, I felt a sadness and a beauty in the first recognition that perhaps my visibility is only because other people have tried to make visible before me. And I found that very touching and a little bit sad, but also very encouraging to try and make that for other people, putting yourself in a lineage of visibility. So I think, to answer the question about what you try to make concrete, it's courage, it's fire to really, like I often talk about, we should make the institutions scared, because that way they will start to really fucking question their existence. And there needs to be a power equilibrium. So I think courage is something I'll take. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I can just add to that and talk about me dealing with depictions of violence, and that it is very important to me to take a position in this and to take a side. With your model, Scotty, I like to say, if I can't avoid the description of a violence because it exists or it existed, then I have the possibility with artistic strategies to find descriptions that are bearable for the people who have endured this violence. People who are somehow affected by this violence, to make it less of a suffering for them without harming their dignity. This is something that's super important to me. You know, I try to kind of intertwine with you there. Thank you. Looking at the watch and the glass of wine that's hopefully waiting for you outside, and the food that is definitely waiting outside for all of us, thank you so much to all three of you. Thank you so much for your offering. Thank you for sharing. And yes, maybe we can continue talking with a glass of wine outside. Thank you.